Dedication and Preface of the Story of a Common Soldier of Army Life in the Civil War, 1861-1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Story of a Common Soldier of Army Life in the Civil War, 1861-1865, by Leander Stillwell. Dedication. Dedicated to my youngest son, Jeremiah E. Stillwell. Dear Jerry, you have earnestly asked me to write something in the nature of an extended account of my career as a soldier in the Union Army during the Civil War. It will be a rather strenuous undertaking for a man of my age. I shall be 73 years old in about 3 months, and the truth is I am now becoming somewhat indolent and adverse to labor of any kind, either mental or physical. But I have concluded to comply with your request and undertake the work. Whether I shall complete it or not I cannot now positively say, but I will do the best I can. And I will also say, for whatever you may think it's worth, that you are the only person now living whose request could induce me to undertake the sketch that you desire. L. Stillwell, Erie, Kansas, July 3rd, 1916. Preface. When I began writing these reminiscences, it did not occur to me that anything in the nature of a preface was necessary. It was thought that the dedication to my son Jerry contained sufficient explanation. But I have now finished writing these recollections, and in view of all that they set forth, I believe that a few prefatory remarks may now be appropriate. In the first place, it will be said that when I began the work it was only to gratify my son, and without any thought or expectation that it would ever be published. I don't know yet that such will be done, but it may happen. The thought occurred to me after I had written some part of it, and it is possible that about at that point some change began to take place in the style and phraseology, and which perhaps may be observed. So much for that. Next, I will say that all statements of fact herein made, based upon my own knowledge, can be relied on as absolutely true. My mother most carefully preserved the letters I wrote home from the army to her and to my father. She died on February 6, 1894, and thereafter my father, who survived her only about 3 years, gave back to me these old letters. In writing to my parents I wrote, as a rule, a letter every week when the opportunity was afforded, and now in this undertaking, with these letters before me, it was easy to follow the regiment every mile of its way from Camp Carrollton in January, 1862, to Camp Butler in September, 1865. Furthermore, on June 1, 1863, at Memphis, Tennessee, as we passed through there on our way to join Grant's army at Vicksburg, I bought a little blank book, about 4 inches long, 3 inches wide, and half an inch thick. From that time until we were mustered out, I kept a sort of very brief diary in this little book, and have it yet. The old letters and this book have been invaluable to me in writing my recollections, and having been written at or near the time of the happening of the events they mention, can be relied on as accurate and truthful. Though I attained the rank of a commissioned officer while in the service, yet that did not occur until near the end of my time and after the war was over, so it is submitted that the title given these sketches, The Story of a Common Soldier, is warranted by the facts. If this manuscript should ever be published, it will go to the world without any apology or commendation from me whatever. It is, though, only fair to say that I make no pretensions to being a literary man. This is simply the story of a common soldier who served in the army during the Great War, and who faithfully tried to do his duty. L. Stillwell, December 30th, 1916. End of dedication and preface. Chapter 1 of the Story of a Common Soldier, of Army Life in the Civil War, 1861-1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Story of a Common Soldier, of Army Life in the Civil War, by Leander Stillwell. Chapter 1. The Beginning of the War. Life at Camp Carrollton, January and February, 1862. I was born September 16, 1843, on a farm in Otter Creek Precinct, Jersey County, Illinois. I was living with my parents in the little old log house where I was born when the Civil War began. The Confederates fired on Fort Sumter on April 12, 1861, and thus commenced the war. On April 15, 1861, President Lincoln issued a call for 75,000 men to aid in putting down the existing rebellion. Illinois promptly furnished her quota, and in addition thousands of men were turned away, for the reason that the complement of the state was complete, and there was no room for them. The soldiers under this call were mustered in for 3 months' service only, for the government then seemed to be of the opinion that the troubles would be over by the end of that time. But on May 3, 1861, Mr. Lincoln issued another call for volunteers, the number specified being a little over 42,000, and their term of service was fixed at 3 years, unless sooner discharged. The same call provided for a substantial increase in the regular Army and Navy. I did not enlist under either of these calls. As above stated, the belief then was almost universal throughout the North that the war would amount to nothing much but a summer frolic, and would be over by the 4th of July. We had the utmost confidence that Richmond would be taken by that time, and that Jeff Davis and his cabinet would be prisoners or fugitives. But the Battle of Bull Run, fought on July 21, 1861, gave the loyal people of the nation a terrible awakening. The result of this battle was a crushing disappointment and a bitter mortification to all the friends of the Union. They realized then that a long and bloody struggle was before them. But Bull Run was probably all for the best. Had it been a Union victory, and the rebellion then been crushed, Negro slavery would have been retained, and the irrepressible conflict would have been fought out likely in your time, with doubtless tenfold the loss of life and limb that ensued in the War of the 60s. The day after the Battle of Bull Run, Congress passed a law authorizing Mr. Lincoln to call for 500,000 3-year volunteers. It was under this law, supplemented by authority from the Secretary of War, that the regiment was organized in which I subsequently enlisted. I was then only a boy, but somehow I felt that the war was going to be a long one, and that it was the duty of every young fellow of the requisite physical ability to go for a soldier and help save the nation. I had some talk with my father on the subject. He was a strong Union man and in sympathy with my feelings, but I could see that naturally he dreaded the idea of his boy going to the war, with the result that maybe he would be killed or come home a cripple for life. But I gave him to understand that when they began organizing a regiment in our vicinity, and which would contain a fair proportion of my neighbor boys and acquaintances, I intended then to volunteer. It was simply intolerable to think that I could stay at home among the girls and be pointed out at by the soldier boys as a stay-at-home coward. The work of organizing and recruiting for a regiment in our corner of the state began early in the autumn of 1861. The various counties in that immediate locality were overwhelmingly Democratic in politics, and many of the people were strong Southern sympathizers, as they were then called, and who later developed into virulent Copperheads and Knights of the Golden Circle. Probably 90% of the inhabitants of Greene, Jersey, Scott, Morgan, and adjoining counties came from the Southern States, or were the direct descendants of people from that part of the country. Kentuckians, Tennesseans, and North and South Carolinians were especially numerous. But it is only fair and the truth to say that many of the most prominent and dangerous of this Copperhead element were men from remote Eastern States. What caused these persons to pursue this shameful course I do not know. President Lincoln was personally well aware of these political conditions in our locality, as his old home at Springfield, the state capital, was not far away, and he doubtless knew every man of reasonable prominence in our entire congressional district. He wanted soldiers regardless of politics, but it was necessary in that locality to hold out some special inducements to his constituents of the Democratic faith. So for that reason, with others, as was well understood at the time, General Jacob Fry of Greene County, a Kentuckian by birth and a lifelong Democrat, was selected as the one to recruit and organize, and to be the colonel of the regiment to be raised from the counties above mentioned and their vicinity. Aside from the political consideration, this selection of General Fry was regarded at the time as a very good and appropriate one. He was an old-timer, having been a resident of Greene County from his boyhood, had been sheriff of the county, and had held other responsible offices. And what was considered still more important, he had served with credit and distinction in the Black Hawk War in 1831-32, where he held the rank of colonel. Soon after the close of this Indian disturbance he was made brigadier general, and subsequently major general of the Illinois militia. He was a grand old man of temperate habits, strict integrity, and unflinching bravery. But he was 62 years old, and that proved to be a handicap that eventually resulted in his resignation, as will appear later. The fairgrounds, about half a mile east of Carrollton, the county seat of Greene County, were designated as the camp of instruction for Colonel Fry's regiment. Recruiting for it began about the last of September, but it proceeded very slowly. Several of the boys from my neighborhood had previously enlisted in other regiments, and it looked as if the wiry edge of volunteering had somewhat worn off. Company F of the 14th Illinois Infantry had been raised almost entirely in Jersey County, and several of my old schoolmates were in that company. And there were little squads that had joined other regiments, the 22nd and the 27th Illinois Infantry, and the 9th Missouri Infantry, afterwards designated as the 59th Illinois Infantry. Each had some men and boys from our part of the county. Up in the northwest corner of Jersey County, and close to the Greene County line, lived an old farmer by the name of John H. Reddish. He, too, had served in the Black Hawk War, and under the command of Colonel Fry. The highest position he attained in that scrap, as shown by the records, was that of corporal. But regardless of his rank, it is entirely safe to say that he was a fighter. As soon as it was announced that Colonel Fry was raising a regiment and was to be its colonel, Uncle John Reddish forthwith took the field to recruit a company for this organization. The fact that he had been a Black Hawk War soldier gave him immense prestige, and settled in his favor the question of his military qualifications without further evidence. The truth is that at that time almost any man of good repute and fair intelligence who had seen service in this Black Hawk racket or the Mexican War was regarded as fit and desirable for a commissioned officer, or at the least pretty high up in the non-commissioned line. But as it afterwards turned out, that was an erroneous notion. There were exceptions, of course, but in any event, as regards the Black Hawk episode, service during it was of no practical benefit whatever to a man who became thereby an officer in the Civil War. Captain Reddish was kind-hearted, and as brave an old fellow as a reckless and indiscriminating bulldog, but aside from his personal courage he had no military qualities whatever, and failed to acquire any during his entire service. He never could learn the drill, except the most simple company movements. He was also very illiterate and could barely write his name. And his commands on drill were generally laughable. For instance, in giving the command of right or left wheel, he would supplement it by saying, "Swing around, boys, just like a gate." Such directions would mortify us exceedingly, and cause the men of the other companies to laugh at and twit us about our captain. He would have made a first-class duty sergeant, and that was as high a rank as he was capable of properly filling. But he was a good old man, and furiously patriotic. He loved a fighter and abominated a coward, and on the whole his men couldn't help but like him. Captain Reddish selected for his first, or orderly sergeant, as the position was generally designated, Enoch W. Wallace, of my neighborhood. Enoch, as we usually called him, was an old acquaintance and an intimate friend of my parents, and I too had known him from the time I was quite a little boy. Take him all in all, he was just one of the best men I ever knew. He had seen service as a Mexican war soldier, but owing to his youth, being only about 16 when that war began, I think he did not get in till towards the last, and hence his service was short. But he learned something about company drill. When I heard that Wallace was to be the first sergeant of Captain Reddish's company, I made up my mind right then that I would enlist in that company, and told my father I was going to do so. He listened in silence, with his eyes fixed on the ground. Finally he said, "Well, Leander, if you think it's your duty to go, I shall make no objection. But you're the only boy I now have at home big enough to work, so I wish you'd put it off until we get the wheat sowed and the corn gathered. Then, if you're still of the same mind, it'll be all right." I felt satisfied that the regiment would not leave for the front until after we had done that work, so I at once consented to my father's request. An incident happened about this time that greatly stimulated my desire to get into the Army. Harvey Edsel, a neighbor boy some 4 or 5 years my senior, had enlisted that summer in the 22nd Illinois Infantry. Harvey, with his regiment, was in the Battle of Belmont on November 7th, 1861, and in the action received a rather severe gunshot wound in the calf of one of his legs. As soon as he was able to stand the travel, he was sent home on furlough, and I met him soon after his arrival at his father's house, where the people had gathered to listen to the preaching of the Word by Elder Harrison Rowden. We had no regular church building in our immediate neighborhood then, and religious services were held at private houses. Harvey was rapidly recovering, but his wounded leg was still swathed in bandages, and he walked on crutches. I well remember how we boys stood around and looked at him with wide-eyed admiration, and he had to tell us the story of the fight, and all about the circumstances connected with the shot he got in his leg, until he was probably sick and tired of the subject. But for my part, I thought Harvey's story was just grand, and it somehow impressed me with the idea that the only life worth living was that of a soldier in time of war. The idea of staying at home and turning over senseless clods on the farm, with the cannon thundering so close at hand that the old men said that when the wind was from the south they sometimes smelled the powder, was simply intolerable. Remember all the time as you read these recollections of an old man that I am trying to give you merely some conception of the thoughts, feelings, hopes, and ambitions of one who, at the time of which I am now speaking, was only an 18-year-old boy. In the meantime, I went on helping my father do the fall work on the farm. In due time the wheat was sowed, the corn gathered, and a huge stack of firewood for winter cut and brought in, and piled near the dwelling house. By this time the holiday season was approaching, which I wanted to spend at home, thinking maybe it might be the last. and the regiment was doing nothing but recruit and drill at Camp Carrollton, and as I looked at it there was no special need to hurry. But Christmas and New Year's Day soon came and went, and one evening I told my parents I intended to go to Carrollton the next day and maybe would come back a soldier. Early next morning, which was Monday, January 6th, 1862, I saddled and bridled Bill, the little black mule, and struck out. Carrollton was about 20 miles from our home, almost due north, and the road ran mainly through big woods, with an occasional farm on either side of the road. It is likely those woods are all gone now. I reached the camp about the middle of the afternoon, went to the quarters of Reddish's company, found Enoch Wallace, and told him I had come to enlist. He took me to Captain Reddish, gave me a short introduction to him, and told him my business. The old captain gave me a hearty greeting, and was so plain, kind, and natural in his manner and talk that I took a liking to him at once. He told me that the first step necessary was to be examined by the regimental surgeon as to my physical fitness. So we at once went to the surgeon's tent. I had previously heard all sorts of stories as to the thoroughness of this examination, that sometimes the prospective recruits had to strip stark naked and jump about in order to show that their limbs were perfect. But I was agreeably disappointed in that regard. The surgeon at that time was a fat, jolly old doctor by the name of Leonidas Clemens. I was about scared to death when the captain presented me to him and requested him to examine me. I reckon the good old doctor saw I was frightened, and he began laughing heartily and saying some kind things about my general appearance. He requested me to stand up straight, then gave me 2 or 3 little sort of love taps on the chest, turned me round, ran his hands over my shoulders, back, and limbs, laughing and talking all the time, then whirled me to the front and rendered judgment on me as follows: "Ah, Captain Reddish, I only wish you had 100 such fine boys as this one. He's all right and good for the service." I drew a long breath and felt much relieved. Then we went to the adjutant's tent. There I signed something and was duly sworn in. Then to the quartermaster's tent, where I drew my clothing. I got behind a big bale of stuff, took off my citizen's apparel, and put on my soldier clothes then and there, and didn't I feel proud! The clothing outfit consisted of a pair of light blue pantaloons, similar colored overcoat with a cape to it, dark blue jacket, heavy shoes and woolen socks, an ugly, abominable, cocky little cap patterned after the then French army style, gray woolen shirt, and other ordinary underclothing. Was also given a knapsack, but I don't think I got a haversack and canteen until later. Right here I will say that the regimental records give the date of my enlistment as the 7th of January, which is wrong. The date was the 6th. It was a day I did not forget, and never shall. How the authorities happened to get the date wrong I do not know, but it is a matter of only one day, and never was of any importance. It was the custom then in the regiment to give each recruit, when he enlisted, a 2 days' furlough, but I deferred asking for mine until the next morning. I spent that afternoon in the camp, and the night at the quarters of my company. As already stated, the camp was on the county fairgrounds. They contained 40 acres, and were thickly studded with big native trees, mainly white and black oak and shagbark hickory. The grounds were surrounded by an enclosure 7 or 8 feet high, consisting of thick native timber planks with the lower ends driven in the ground, and the upper parts firmly nailed to crosswise stringers. There was only one opening, which was at the main gate about the center of the north side of the grounds. A line of guards was maintained at the gate, and all around the inside of the enclosure, with the beat close to the fence, for the purpose of keeping the men in camp. No enlisted man could go out except on a pass signed by his captain, and approved by the colonel. The drilling of the men was conducted principally inside the grounds, but on skirmish drill we went outside in order to have room enough. The quarters or barracks of the men were, for each company, a rather long, low structure, crudely built of native lumber and covered with clapboards and a top dressing of straw, containing 2 rows of bunks, one above and one below. These shacks looked like a Kansas stable of early days, but they were abodes of comfort and luxury compared to what we frequently had later. Next morning, after an early breakfast, I pulled out for home, with my 2 days' furlough in my pocket. I was accompanied by John Jobson, one of Reddish's company, and who had enlisted about a month previous. He had obtained a short furlough for some purpose or other, and had hired a horse on which to make the trip. Prior to his enlistment he had been working as a farm hand for Sam Dougherty, one of our nearest neighbors, and I had become well acquainted with him. He was about 25 years old, of English birth, a fine, sensible young fellow, and made a good soldier. I well remember our high spirits on this journey home. We were young, glowing with health, and overflowing with liveliness and animation. There was a heavy snow on the ground, but the sky was clear, and the air was keen and bracing. Occasionally, when we would strike a stretch of level road, we would loose all the buttons of our overcoats save the top one, put the gad to our steeds, and waving our caps with our long coat tails streaming in the wind, would yell like Comanches and let on that we were making a cavalry charge. I have no doubt that we believed we presented a most terror-striking appearance. Happy is man that to him the future is a sealed book. In the summer of 1863, while we were stationed near Vicksburg, Jobson was taken seriously ill, and was put on a transport to be taken to a general hospital at Mound City, Illinois. He died en route on the boat, and was hastily buried in a sandbar at the mouth of White River. The changing currents of the mighty Mississippi have long since swallowed up that sandbar, and with it all that may have been left of the mortal remains of poor Jobson. I reached home sometime in the afternoon, relieved Bill of his equipments, put him in the stable, and fed him. No one was stirring about outside, and I walked into the house unannounced. My mother was seated in an old rocking chair, engaged in sewing. She looked up, saw me in the uniform of a soldier, and she knew what that meant. Her work dropped in her lap. She covered her face with her hands, and the tears gushed through her fingers, and she trembled in her chair with the intensity of her emotions. There was no sobbing or other vocal manifestation of feeling, but her silence made her grief seem all the more impressive. I was distressed and didn't know what to say, so I said nothing, and walked out into the kitchen, thence back to the barn. There I met father, who had come in from some outdoor work. He looked at me gravely, but with an impassive countenance, and merely remarked, "Well, I reckon you done right." Next morning everybody seemed more cheerful, and I had much to say at breakfast about things at Camp Carrollton. On the expiration of my furlough, I promptly reported at the camp, and entered on my duties as a soldier. The absorbing duty was the drill, and that was persistent, and consumed the most of the time. I knew nothing about it when I enlisted, and had never seen any except on the previous Monday afternoon. The system we had then was called Hardee's Infantry Tactics. It was simple and easily learned. The main things required were promptness, care, and close attention. All day long, somewhere in the camp, could be heard the voice of some officer calling, "Left, left, left, right, left," to his squad or company, to guide them in the cadence of the step. We were drilled at Carrollton in the School of the Soldier, School of the Company, and skirmish drill, with dress parade at sunset. We had no muskets, and did not receive them until we went to Benton Barracks at St. Louis. I do not remember of our having any battalion drill at Camp Carrollton. The big trees in the fairgrounds were probably too thick and numerous to permit that. Our fare consisted of light bread, coffee, fresh meat at some meals and salt meat at others, Yankee beans, rice, onions, and Irish and sweet potatoes, with stewed dried apples occasionally for supper. The salt meat, as a rule, was pickled pork and fat side meat, which latter table comfort the boys called sow belly. We got well acquainted with that before the war was over. On the grub question, I will say now that the great stand-bys of the Union soldiers during the war, at least those of the Western armies, were coffee, sow belly, Yankee beans, and hardtack. It took us, of course, some time to learn how to cook things properly, especially the beans, but after we had learned how, we never went back on the above-named old friends. But the death of many a poor boy, especially during our first 2 or 3 months in the field, is chargeable to the bad cooking of his food. At Carrollton the jolliest time of the day was from the close of dress parade until taps sounded "lights out." There was then a good deal of what you might call prairie dogging, that is, the boys would run around and visit at the quarters of other companies. And oh, how they would sing! All sorts of patriotic songs were in vogue then, and what was lacking in tone we made up in volume. The Battle of Mill Springs in Kentucky was fought on January 19, 1862, resulting in a Union victory. A Confederate general, Felix K. Zollicoffer, was killed in the action. He had been a member of Congress from Tennessee, and was a man of prominence in the South. A song soon appeared in commemoration of this battle. It was called "The Happy Land of Canaan," and I now remember only one stanza, which is as follows: "Old Zolly's gone, and Secesh will have to mourn, for they thought he would do to depend on, but he made his last stand on the rolling Cumberland, and was sent to the happy land of Canaan." There was a ringing, rolling chorus to each verse, of course, and which was not at all germane to the text, and, moreover, as the newspapers sometimes say, is "not adapted for publication," so it will be omitted. Well, I can now shut my eyes and lean back in my chair and let my memory revert to that far-away time, and it just seems to me that I can see and hear Nels Higgins of Company C singing that song at night in our quarters at old Camp Carrollton. He was a big, strong 6-footer, about 21 years of age, with a deep bass voice that sounded, when singing, like the roll of distant thunder, and he was an all-around good fellow. Poor Nels! He was mortally wounded by a musket ball in the neck early in the morning of the first day at Shiloh, and died a few days thereafter. The health of the boys while at Camp Carrollton was fine. There were a few cases of measles, but as I remember none were fatal. Once I caught a bad cold, but I treated it myself with a backwoods remedy, and never thought of going to the surgeon about it. I took some of the bark of a hickory tree that stood near our quarters, and made about a quart of strong hickory bark tea. I drank it hot, and all at once, just before turning in for the night. It was green in color and intensely bitter, but it cured the cold. A few weeks after my enlistment I was appointed to the position of corporal. There are, or were in my time, 8 corporals in an infantry company, each designated by a number in numerical order. I was 5th. I owed this appointment to the friendship and influence of Enoch Wallace, and this was only one of the countless acts of kindness that he rendered me during my term of service. I just cannot tell you how proud I was over this modest military office. I am telling you the truth when I say that I felt more pride and pleasure in being a corporal of Company D than I ever did later in the possession of any other office, either military or civil. The boys framed up a story on me to the effect that, soon after my appointment, I was seen in the rear of the company quarters, stooping over an empty barrel, with my head projected into it as far as possible, and exclaiming in a deep, guttural tone, "Corporal Stillwell! Corporal Stillwell!" This was being done, so the boys said, in order that I might personally enjoy the sound. In order to be strictly accurate, I will state that, although the appointment was made while we were at Carrollton, my official warrant was not issued until our arrival at Benton Barracks. The only thing recalled now that was sort of disagreeable at Camp Carrollton was the utter absence of privacy. Even when off duty one couldn't get away by himself and sit down in peace and quiet anywhere. And as for slipping off into some corner and trying to read, alone, a book or paper, the thing was impossible. To use a modern expression, there was always something doing. Many a time after supper on very cold nights, when the boys would all be in the barracks singing or cutting up, I would sneak out and walk around under the big trees, with the snow crackling under my feet, for no other purpose whatever than just to be alone a while. But that condition of things changed for the better once we got down south and were no longer cooped up in a 40-acre lot. General Grant gained his great victory at Fort Donelson on February 16, 1862, and the news reached us a few days later. The boys talked about it with feelings of mingled exultation and mortification. Exultation, of course, over the glorious victory, but mortification in regard to its effects and consequences on our future military career. We all thought, from the officers down, that now the war would end, that we would see no actual service and never fire a shot, that we would be discharged and go home just little trundle-bed soldiers and have to sit around and hear the other sure-enough warriors tell the stories of actual war and fighting. If we only had known, we were borrowing unnecessary trouble, as we found out later. End of chapter 1. The Story of a Common Soldier of Army Life in the Civil War, 1861-1865. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Story of a Common Soldier of Army Life in the Civil War by Leander Stillwell. Chapter 2. Benton Barracks, St. Louis, March, 1862. Sometime during the last of February, the welcome news was given out from regimental headquarters that we were soon to leave Camp Carrollton. Our first objective point was to be St. Louis, Missouri, and what next, nobody knew. Definite orders for the movement were issued later, and it then occurred to us that possibly all our recent apprehensions about not seeing any fighting were somewhat premature. Right here I will say that in the brief sketch of the regiment published in the reports of the Adjutant General of the State of Illinois, the date of our leaving Carrollton is given as February 21st, which is wrong. That date is either a mistake of the person who wrote that part of the sketch, or a typographical error. I have in my possession, and now lying before me, a letter I wrote to my father from Benton Barracks, of date March 2, 1862, in which the date of our arrival at St. Louis is given as February 28th. And I well know that we were only 2 days on the trip, and besides the date given in my letter, I distinctly remember several unwritten facts and circumstances that satisfy me beyond any doubt that the day we left Carrollton was February 27, 1862. Early in the morning of that day the regiment filed out at the big gate and marched south on the dirt road. Goodbye to old Camp Carrollton. Many of the boys never saw it again, and I never have seen it since but once, which was in the summer of 1894. I was back then in Jersey County on a sort of a visit, and was taken with a desire to run up to Carrollton and look at the old camp. There was then a railroad connection during the last years of the war, or about that time, running south from the town and less than an hour's ride from Jerseyville, where I was stopping. So I got on a morning train, and, like Jonah when moved to go to Tarshish, paid the fare and went. I found the old camp still being used as a county fairground, and the same big trees, or most of them, were there yet, and looked about as they did 32 years before. Of course every vestige of our old barracks was gone. I stood around and looked at things a while, and thought. then left and never have been there again. The regiment arrived at Jerseyville about sunset. The word had gone out all through the country that Fry's regiment was leaving for the front, and the country people had come to town from miles around in their farm wagons to have one last look and bid us good-bye. The regiment, in column by companies, company distance, marched up the main street running south, and on reaching the center of the little town, we wheeled into line, dressed on the colors, and stood at attention. The sidewalks were thronged with the country people, all intently scanning the lines, each little family group anxiously looking for their boy, brother, husband, or father, as the case may have been. But right here it will be said that the overwhelming majority of the enlisted men of the regiment and most of the line officers were unmarried. I was satisfied that my parents were somewhere among the crowd of spectators, for I had specially written them as to when we would pass through Jerseyville. I was in the front rank and kept my face rigidly fixed to the front, but glanced as best I could up and down the sidewalk, trying to locate father and mother. Suddenly I saw them as they struggled to the edge of the walk, not more than 10 feet from me. I had been somewhat dreading the meeting and the parting that was to come. I remembered the emotion of my mother when she first saw me in my uniform, and I feared that now she might break down altogether. But there she stood, her eyes fixed on me intently, with a proud and happy smile on her face. You see, we were a magnificent-looking body of young fellows, somewhere between 800 and 900 strong. Our uniforms were clean and comparatively new, and our faces were ruddy and glowing with health. Besides the regimental colors, each company at that time carried a small flag, which were all fluttering in the breeze, and our regimental band was playing patriotic tunes at its best. I reckon it was a somewhat inspiring sight to country people like those who, with possibly very few exceptions, had never seen anything like that before. Anyhow, my mother was evidently content and glad to see me there, under the shadow of the flag, and going forth to fight for the old Union, instead of then being sneaking around at home, like some great hulking boys in our neighborhood who were of Copperhead sympathies and parentage. Arrangements had been made to quarter the regiment that night in different public buildings in the town, and the companies were soon marched to their respective places. Company D had been assigned to the Baptist church, and there my parents and I met, and had our final interview. They were 9 miles from home in the old farm wagon. The roads, in the main, were through dense woods, and across ridges and hollows. The short winter day was drawing to a close, and night approaching, so our farewell talk was necessarily brief. Our parting was simple and unaffected, without any display of emotion by anybody, but Mother's eyes looked unusually bright, and she didn't linger after she had said, "Good-bye, Leander." As for my father, he was an old North Carolinian, born and reared among the Cherokee Indians at the base of the Great Smoky Mountains, and with him and all other men of his type, any yielding to womanish feelings was looked on as almost disgraceful. His farewell words were few and concise, and spoken in his ordinary tone and manner. He then turned on his heel and was gone. Mother had left me a baked chicken, the same being a big fat hen full of stuffing, rich in sage and onions, also some mince pie, old-time doughnuts, and cucumber pickles. I shared it all with Bill Banfield, my chum, and we had plenty for supper and breakfast the next day, with the drumsticks and some other outlying portions of the chicken for dinner. Early the next morning we pulled out for Alton on the Mississippi River, but we did not have to march much that day. The country people around and near Jerseyville turned out in force with their farm wagons and insisted on hauling us to Alton, and their invitations were accepted with pleasure. A few miles north of Alton we passed what in those days, and maybe yet, a popular and celebrated school for girls, called the Monticello Female Seminary. The girls had heard of our coming, and were all out by the side of the road, 100 or more, with red, white, and blue ribbons in their hair, and otherwise on their persons. They waved white handkerchiefs and little flags at us, and looked their sweetest. And didn't we cheer them? Well, I should say so. We stood up in the wagons and swung our caps and just whooped and hurrahed as long as those girls were in sight. We always treasured this incident as a bright, precious link in the chain of memory, for it was the last public manifestation of this nature of goodwill and patriotism from girls and women that was given the regiment until we struck the soil of the state of Indiana on our return home some months after the close of the war. We arrived at Alton about sundown, and at once marched aboard the big side-wheel steamboat City of Alton, which was lying at the wharf waiting for us, and guards were promptly stationed to prevent the men leaving the boat. But someone had blundered, and no rations had been provided for our supper. We were good and hungry, too, for our dinner, at least that of Company D, consisted only of the leftover scraps of breakfast. But the officers got busy and went uptown and bought with their own money something for us to eat. My company was furnished a barrel of oyster crackers, called in those days butter crackers, and our drink was river water. The novelty and excitement of the last 2 days had left me nerveless and tired out, and to tell the truth I was feeling the first touch of homesickness. So after supper I went up on the hurricane deck of the boat, spread my blanket on the floor, and with my knapsack for a pillow lay down and soon fell asleep. The boat did not leave Alton until after dark, and when it pulled out, the scream of the whistle, the dashing of the paddles, and the throbbing and crash of the engines aroused me from my slumber. I sat up and looked around, and watched the lights of Alton as they twinkled and glimmered in the darkness, until they were lost to sight by a bend in the river. Then I laid down and went to sleep again, and did not wake up until daylight the next morning, and found that our boat was moored to the wharf at St. Louis. We soon debarked and marched out to Benton Barracks, which were clear out of town and beyond the suburbs. The shape of Benton Barracks, as I now remember, was a big oblong square. The barracks themselves consisted of a continuous connected row of low frame buildings, the quarters of each company being separated from the others by frame partitions, and provided with 2 rows of bunks around the sides and ends. At the rear of the quarters of each company was the company kitchen. It was a detached, separate frame structure, and amply provided with accommodations for cooking, including a brick furnace with openings for camp kettles, pots, boilers, and the like. Both barracks and kitchen were comfortable and convenient, and greatly superior to our homemade shacks at Carrollton. The barracks enclosed a good-sized tract of land, but its extent I do not now remember. The space was used for drilling and parades, and was almost entirely destitute of trees. The commander of the post at that time was Colonel Benjamin L. E. Bonneville, an old regular army officer, and who had been a noted Western explorer in his younger days. I frequently saw him riding about the grounds. He was a little dried-up old Frenchman, and had no military look about him whatever. All the same, he was a man who had, as a soldier, done long and faithful service for his adopted country. Should you ever want to post up on him, if you have not already done so, read Adventures of Captain Bonneville, U.S.A., in the Rocky Mountains and the Far West, by Washington Irving. You will find it deeply interesting. We remained at Benton Barracks about 4 weeks. Life there was monotonous and void of any special interest. We drilled but little, as I now remember, the reason for that being it rained the most of the time we were there, and the drill grounds were oceans of mud. The drainage was wretched, and most of the rain that fell stayed on the surface until the ground soaked it up. And how it did rain at Benton Barracks in March, 1862. While there I found in some recently vacated quarters an old, tattered, paper-bound copy of Dickens' Bleak House, and on those rainy days I would climb up in my bunk, an upper one, and lie there and read that book. Some of the aristocratic characters mentioned therein had a country residence called Chesney Wold, where it seemed it always rained. To quote in substance from the book, "The rain was ever falling, drip, 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 by day and night at the place in Lincolnshire. 'Twas even so at Benton Barracks. When weary of reading, I would turn and look a while through the little window at the side of my bunk that gave a view of the most of the square which the barracks enclosed. The surface of the earth was just a quagmire of mud and water, and nothing stirring abroad could be seen, save occasionally a mounted orderly splashing at a gallop across the grounds. Since then I have frequently read Bleak House, and whenever that chapter is reached depicting the rainy weather at the Deadlock Place, I can again see and smell and hear and feel those gloomy, wearisome conditions at Benton Barracks of over half a century ago. I have read somewhere in General Sherman's memoirs a statement in substance to the effect that rain in camp has a depressing effect upon soldiers, but is enlivening to them on a march. From personal experience I know that observation to be true. Many a time while on a march we would be caught in heavy rains. The dirt road would soon be worked into a loblolly of sticky yellow mud. Thereupon we would take off our shoes and socks, tie them to the barrel of our muskets a little below the muzzle and just above the end of the stock, poise the piece on the hammer on either shoulder, stock uppermost, and roll up our breeches to the knees. Then, like Tam O'Shanter, we skelped on through dub and mire, despising wind and rain and fire, and singing John Brown's Body, or whatever else came handy. But rainy days in camp, especially such as we had at Benton Barracks, engender feelings of gloom and dejection that have to be experienced in order to be realized. They are just too wretched for any adequate description. One day, while strolling around the grounds sightseeing, I fell in with a soldier who said he belonged to the 14th Wisconsin Infantry. He was some years older than me, but was quite sociable, and seemed to be a sensible, intelligent fellow. He was full of talk about his regiment, said they were nearly all young men, big stalwart lumbermen from the pine woods of Wisconsin, and urged me to come around some evening when they were on dress parade and look at them. I had found out by this time that almost every soldier would brag about his regiment, so allowance was made for what he said. But he excited my curiosity to see those Wisconsin boys, so one evening, when I was at liberty, I did go and view them while they were on dress parade, and found that the soldier had not exaggerated. They were great tall fellows, broad across the shoulders and chest, with big limbs. Altogether they simply were, from a physical standpoint, the finest looking soldiers I ever saw during my entire term of service. I speak now of this incident and of these men for the reason that later I may say something more about this 14th Wisconsin. While at Benton Barracks we were given our regimental number, 61st, and thenceforth the regiment was known and designated as the 61st Illinois Infantry. We also drew our guns. We were furnished with the Austrian rifle musket. It was of medium length, with a light brown walnut stock, and was a wicked shooter. At that time the most of the Western troops were armed with foreign-made muskets, imported from Europe. Many regiments had old Belgian muskets, a heavy, cumbersome piece, and awkward and unsatisfactory every way. We were glad to get the Austrians, and were quite proud of them. We used these until June, 1863, when we turned them in and drew in lieu thereof the Springfield rifle musket of the model of 1863. It was not as heavy as the Austrian, was neater looking, and a very efficient firearm. No further change was made, and we carried the Springfield thenceforth until we were mustered out. It was also here at Benton Barracks that the mustering of the regiment into the service of the United States was completed. 10 companies at that time constituted a regiment of infantry, but ours only had 9. We lacked Company K, and it was not recruited and did not join the regiment until in March, 1864. On account of our not having a full regiment, Colonel Fry, as we always called him, was commissioned as lieutenant colonel only, which was his rank all the time he was with us. and Captain Simon P. Orr, of Company A, was commissioned major. Owing to our lack of one company, and the further fact that when that company did join us the other companies had become much depleted in numbers, the regiment therefore never had an officer of the full rank of colonel until the summer of 1865, when it became entitled to one under the circumstances which will be stated further on. End of chapter 2. The Story of a Common Soldier, of Army Life in the Civil War, 1861-1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Story of a Common Soldier, of Army Life in the Civil War, 1861-1865. By Leander Stillwell. Chapter 3. Off for the Seat of War. The Battle of Shiloh, March and April, 1862. On March 25th we left Benton Barracks for the front. We marched through St. Louis and on to the steamboat that day, but from some cause I never knew, the boat did not leave the wharf until about dark the next evening. My company was quartered on the hurricane deck of the boat. Soon after the boat started down the river, an incident befell me that looks somewhat comical now, but at the time it was to me a serious matter, and one that troubled my conscience a good deal. I had piled my knapsack, with the blanket strapped on the outside, and my other stuff at the foot of the gun stack, which included my musket. Suddenly I discovered, to my great consternation, that my blanket was gone. Yes, my lords and gentlemen, some false Scot had deliberately and feloniously appropriated my indispensable equipment for a night's repose. And a long, raw March night was coming on, and the damp and chilly air was rising like a fog from the cold surface of the river. All signs, too, portended a rainy night. The thunder was muttering off in the southwest, intermittent flashes of lightning lit up the sky, and scattering drops of rain were even then beginning to patter on the hurricane deck and ripple the bosom of the stream. What should I do? I must have a blanket, that was certain, but all my life the belief had been instilled into me that stealing was well nigh the most disgraceful of all crimes, and that a thief was a most odious and contemptible wretch. Moreover, one of the 10 Commandments pointedly declared, "Thou shalt not steal." But something had to be done, and speedily. At last it occurred to me that, being a soldier, and belonging for the time being to Uncle Sam, I was a species of government property, which it was my duty to protect at all hazards. That settled the question, and conscience and honesty withdrew. Without going into the demoralizing details, suffice to say that I stole a blanket from some hapless victim belonging to another company, and thus safeguarded the health and military efficiency of a chattel of the nation. How the other fellow got along I don't know. I made no impertinent inquiries, and during the daytime indefinitely thereafter kept that blanket in my knapsack, carefully concealed from prying eyes. But it will be recorded here that this was the only act of downright larceny that I committed during my entire term of service, except the gobbling of a couple of onions, which maybe I'll mention later. Of course, I helped myself many times while on the march, or on picket, to roasting ears, sweet potatoes, apples, and the like, but that came under the head of legitimate foraging, and was sanctioned by the military authorities. The night we left St. Louis, I had my first impressive object lesson, showing the difference between the conditions of the commissioned officers and the enlisted men. I had spread my blanket at the base of the little structure called the Texas, on which the pilot house stands. All around the bottom of the Texas was a row of small window lights that commanded a view of the interior of the boat's cabin below, and I only had to turn my head and look in and down to see what was passing. The officers were seated in cushioned chairs, or sauntering around over the carpeted and brilliantly lighted room, while their supper was being prepared. Colored waiters dressed in white uniforms were bringing in the eatables, and when all was ready a gong was sounded, and the officers seated themselves at the table. And just look at the good things they had to eat: fried ham and beefsteak, hot biscuits, butter, molasses, big boiled Irish potatoes steaming hot, fragrant coffee served with cream in cups and saucers, and some minor goodies in the shape of preserves and the like. And how savory those good things smelled, for I was where I could get the benefit of that. And there were the officers in the warm, lighted cabin, seated at a table, with nigger waiters to serve them, feasting on that splendid fare. Why, it was the very incarnation of bodily comfort and enjoyment. And when the officers should be ready to retire for the night, warm and cozy berths awaited them, where they would stretch their limbs on downy quilts and mattresses, utterly oblivious to the wet and chill on the outside. Then I turned my head and took in my surroundings: a black, cold night, cinders and soot drifting on us from the smokestacks, and a drizzling rain pattering down. And my supper had consisted of hardtack and raw sow belly, with river water for a beverage, of the vintage, say, of 1541. And to aggravate the situation generally, I was lying on a blanket, which a military necessity had compelled me to steal. But I reflected that we couldn't all be officers. There had to be somebody to do the actual trigger-pulling, and I further consoled myself with the thought that while the officers had more privileges than the common soldiers, they likewise had more responsibilities, and had to worry their brains about many things that didn't bother us a particle. So I smothered all envious feelings as best I could, and wrapping myself up good in my blanket, went to sleep, and all night long slept the unbroken, dreamless sleep of youth and health. The weather cleared up that night, and the next day was fine, and we all felt in better spirits. Our surroundings were new and strange, and we were thrilling with excitement and bright hopes of the future. The great majority of us were simple country boys, who had so far passed our lives in a narrow circle in the backwoods. As for myself, before enlisting in the army, I had never been more than 50 miles from home, had not traveled any on a steamboat, and my few short railroad trips did not amount, in the aggregate, to more than about 75 miles back and forth. But now the contracted horizon of the whippoorwill ridges adjacent to the old home had suddenly expanded, and a great big wonderful world was unfolding to my view, and there was the daring, heroic life on which we were entering. No individual boy expected that he would be killed, or meet with any other adverse fate. Others might, and doubtless would, but he would come out safe and sound, and return home at the end of a victorious war a military hero, and as such would be looked up to and admired and reverenced all the rest of his life. At any rate, such were my thoughts, and I have no doubt whatever that 99 out of 100 of the other boys thought the same. On the afternoon of this day, March 27th, we arrived at Cairo, rounded in at the wharf, and remained a short time. The town fronted on the Ohio River, which was high at the time, as also was the Mississippi. The appearance of Cairo was wretched. Levees had been constructed to protect it from high water, but notwithstanding, the streets and the grounds generally were just a foul, stagnant swamp. Engines were at work pumping the surface water into the river through pipes in the levee. Otherwise, I reckon everybody would have been drowned out. Charles Dickens saw this locality in the spring of 1842, when on a visit to America, and it figures in Martin Chuzzlewit under the name of Eden. I never read that book until after the close of the war, but have several times since, and will say that if the Eden of 1842 looked anything like the Cairo of 20 years later, his description thereof was fully warranted. Our boat had hardly got moored to the wharf before the word went round that some Confederate prisoners were on the transport on our right, and we forthwith rushed to that side to get our first look at the "Secesh," as we then called them. It was only a small batch, about 100 or so. They were under guard, and on the after part of the lower deck, along the sides and the stern of the boat. We ascertained that they were about the last installment of the Fort Donelson prisoners, and were being shipped to a northern military prison. Naturally, we scanned them with great curiosity, and the boys soon began to joke and chaff them in a perfectly good-natured way. They took this silently, with no other manifestation than an occasional dry grin. But finally a rather good-looking young fellow cocked his eyes toward us, and in a soft, drawling tone called out, "You all will sing a different tune by next summer." Our boys responded to this with bursts of laughter and some derisive whoops, but later we found out that the young Confederate soldier was a true prophet. Our halt at Cairo was brief. The boat soon cast off and proceeded up the Ohio to the mouth of the Tennessee, and from thence up that river. Sometime the next day we passed Fort Henry. We had read of its capture the month previous by the joint operations of our army and navy, and were all curious to see this Confederate stronghold, where a mere handful of men had put up such a plucky fight. My ideas of forts at that time had all been drawn from pictures in books which depicted old-time fortresses, and from descriptions in Scott's Marmion of ancient feudal castles, like Tantallon Strong and the like, and when we approached Fort Henry I fully expected to see some grand, imposing structure, with battled towers, donjon keep, portcullis, drawbridges, and what not, and perhaps some officer of high rank with a drawn sword strutting about on the ramparts and occasionally shouting, at the top of his voice, "What? Water ho!" or words to that effect. But to my utter amazement and disgust, when we steamed up opposite Fort Henry, I saw only a little, squatty, insignificant-looking mud affair, without the slightest feature of any of the pride, pomp, and circumstance of glorious war. It had been built on the low bottom ground near the bank of the Tennessee River. The stream was now high, and the adjacent land was largely covered with water, while the inside of the fort looked a good deal like a hog pen. I couldn't imagine how such a contemptible-looking thing had stood off our gunboats as long as it did, but I did not know then that just such works, with earthen walls, were the strongest and best defenses against modern artillery that could be constructed. In fact, what I didn't know about war at that stage of the proceedings was broad and comprehensive, and covered the whole field. As we journeyed up the Tennessee, we began to notice queer-looking green bunches of something on the trees. As the forest had not yet put forth its foliage, we knew that growth could not be leaves, and were puzzled to imagine what it could be. But we finally learned from some of the boat's crew that it was mistletoe. So far as I knew, none of the private soldiers had ever seen that curious evergreen, and it was to us a strange curiosity, but we got well acquainted with it later. We arrived at Pittsburgh Landing on the evening of March 31st, about sundown. On going into camp in our position upon the line, for the first time in our service we dwelt in tents. We had what was called the Sibley tent, an affair of a conical shape, rather large, and capable of accommodating about 12 men with their accoutrements. As a circumstance bearing on our ignorance of life in tents, I will say that we neglected to ditch around them, and on the very first night we slept in them there came a heavy rain, and the next morning found us lying more or less in the water, and our blankets and other stuff sopping wet. But after that, on pitching our tents, one of the first things we did was to dig around them a sufficient ditch with a lateral extension. I retain a vivid recollection of the kind of army cooking we had for the first few months in Tennessee. At Camp Carrollton and Benton Barracks we had company cooks who prepared the food for the entire company. They were merely enlisted men, detailed for that purpose, and while their cooking was nothing to brag about, it was vastly superior to what now ensued. We divided up into messes of 4, 8, or 12 men, or thereabouts, to the mess, and generally would take turns in the culinary line. Very few of us knew anything whatever about cooking, and our exploits in that regard would have been comical if the effects had not been so pernicious. Flour was issued to us after our arrival at Pittsburgh Landing, but we had no utensils in which we could cook biscuits or loaves. So we would make a batter out of flour, water, grease, and salt, and cook it in a mess pan, the product being the Army flapjack. It invariably was tough as a mule's ear, about as heavy as lead, and very indigestible. Later we learned to construct ovens of wood, daubed with mud or of stone, and in them, in the course of time, we acquired the knack of baking good bread. But with us in the West, the hardtack was generally our standard bread diet, and nothing could beat it. And for some time our cooking of Yankee beans, as we called them, was simply atrocious. As you know, beans should be cooked until they are thoroughly done, otherwise they are decidedly harmful. Well, we would not cook them much more than half enough, the result being a sloppy, slimy mess, its looks alone being well nigh sufficient to extinguish one's appetite. And as for the rice, the horrible messes we would make of that defy description. I know that one consequence with me was that I contracted such an aversion to rice that for many years afterwards, while in civil life, I just couldn't eat it in any form, no matter how temptingly it was prepared. Owing to improperly cooked food, change of climate and of water, and neglect of proper sanitation measures in the camps, camp diarrhea became epidemic at Pittsburgh Landing, especially among the green regiments like ours, and for about 6 weeks everybody suffered more or less, the difference being only in degree. The fact is, the condition of the troops in that quarter during the prevalence of that disorder was simply so bad and repulsive that any detailed description thereof will be passed over. I never saw the like before, and never have seen it since. I always thought that one thing which aggravated this trouble was the inordinate quantity of sugar some of the men would consume. They would not only use it to excess in their coffee and rice, but would frequently eat it raw by handfuls. I happen to think right now of an incident that illustrates the unnatural appetite of some of the men for sugar. It occurred in camp one rainy day during the siege of Corinth. Jake Hill, of my company, had covered the top of a big army hardtack with sugar in a cone-like form, piling it on as long as the tack would hold a grain. Then he seated himself on his knapsack and proceeded to gnaw away at his feast by a system of regular approaches. He was even then suffering from the epidemic before mentioned, and so weak he could hardly walk. Someone said to him, "Jake, that sugar ain't good for you in your condition." He looked up with an aggrieved air and responded in a tone of cruelly injured innocence, "Haven't I the right to eat my ration?" Strange to say, Jake got well and served throughout the war. He was a good soldier, too. For my part, I quit using sugar in any form early in my army service, except a little occasionally with stewed fruit or berries, and didn't resume its general use until some years after my discharge from the army. In consequence of the conditions at Pittsburgh Landing that have been alluded to, men died by the score like rotten sheep, and a great many more were discharged for disability, and thereby were lost to the service. It is true that some of these discharged men, especially the younger ones, subsequently re-enlisted and made good soldiers, but this loss to the Union armies in Tennessee in the spring of '62 by disease would undoubtedly surpass the casualties of a great battle, but, unlike a battle, there was no resulting compensation whatever. The Battle of Shiloh was fought on April 6th and 7th. In 1890 I wrote an article on the battle which was published in the New York Tribune, and later it appeared in several other newspapers. It has also been reprinted in book form, in connection with papers by other persons, some about the war, and others of a miscellaneous nature. The piece I wrote 25 years ago is as good, I reckon, if not better, than anything on that head I can write now, so it will be set out here. In the ranks at Shiloh. by Leander Stillwell, late 1st Lieutenant, 61st Illinois Volunteer Infantry. There has been a great deal said and written about the Battle of Shiloh, both by rebel and Union officers and writers. On the part of the first there has been, and probably always will be, angry dispute and criticism about the conduct of General Beauregard in calling off his troops Sunday evening while fully an hour of broad, precious daylight still remained, which, as claimed by some, might have been utilized in destroying the remainder of Grant's army before Buell could have crossed the Tennessee. On the part of Union writers, the matters most discussed have been as to whether or not our forces were surprised, the condition of Grant's army at the close of the first day, what the result would have been without the aid of the gunboats, or if Buell's army had not come, and kindred subjects. It is not my purpose in telling my story of the Battle of Shiloh to say anything that will add to this volume of discussion. My age at the time was but 18, and my position that of a common soldier in the ranks. It would therefore be foolish in me to assume the part of a critic. The generals, who, from reasonably safe points of observation, are sweeping the field with their glasses and noting and directing the movements of the lines of battle, must, in the nature of things, be the ones to furnish the facts that go to make history. The extent of a battlefield seen by the common soldier is that only which comes within the range of the raised sights of his musket, and what little he does see is as through a glass darkly. The dense banks of powder smoke obstruct his gaze. He catches but fitful glimpses of his adversaries as the smoke veers or rises. Then, too, my own experience makes me think that where the common soldier does his duty, all his faculties of mind and body are employed in attending to the details of his own personal part of the work of destruction, and there is but little time left for taking mental notes to form the basis of historical articles a quarter of a century afterward. The handling, tearing, and charging of his cartridge, ramming it home (we used muzzle loaders during the Civil War), the capping of his gun, the aiming and firing, with furious haste and desperate energy, for every shot may be his last. These things require the soldier's close personal attention, and make him oblivious to matters transpiring beyond his immediate neighborhood. Moreover, his sense of hearing is well nigh overcome by the deafening uproar going on around him, the incessant and terrible crash of musketry, the roar of the cannon, the continual zip, zip of the bullets as they hiss by him, interspersed with the agonizing screams of the wounded, or the death shrieks of comrades falling in dying convulsions right in the face of the living. These things are not conducive to that serene and judicial mental equipoise which the historian enjoys in his closet. Let the generals and historians, therefore, write of the movements of corps, divisions, and brigades. I have not to tell but the simple story of what one private soldier saw of one of the bloodiest battles of the war. The regiment to which I belonged was the 61st Illinois Infantry. It left its camp of instruction, a country town in southern Illinois, about the last of February, 1862. We were sent to Benton Barracks near St. Louis, and remained there drilling, when the weather would permit, until March 25th. We left on that day for the front. It was a cloudy, drizzly, and most gloomy day, as we marched through the streets of St. Louis down to the levee, to embark on a transport that was to take us to our destination. The city was enveloped in that pall of coal smoke for which St. Louis is celebrated. It hung heavy and low, and set us all to coughing. I think the colonel must have marched us down some by-street. It was narrow and dirty, with high buildings on either side. The line officers took the sidewalks, while the regiment, marching by the flank, tramped in silence down the middle of the street, slumping through the nasty, slimy mud. There was one thing very noticeable on this march through St. Louis, and that was the utter lack of interest taken in us by the inhabitants. From pictures I have seen in books at home, my idea was that when soldiers departed for war, beautiful ladies stood on balconies and waved snowy white handkerchiefs at the troops, while the men stood on the sidewalks and corners and swung their hats and cheered. There may have been regiments so favored, but ours was not one of them. Occasionally a fat, chunky-looking fellow of a German cast of countenance, with a big pipe in his mouth, would stick his head out of a door or window, look at us a few seconds, and then disappear. No handkerchiefs nor hats were waved. We heard no cheers. My thoughts at the time were that the Union people there had all gone to war, or else the colonel was marching us through a secesh part of town. We marched to the levee, and from there on board the big side-wheel steamer Empress. The next evening she unfastened her moorings, swung her head out into the river, turned downstream, and we were off for the seat of war. We arrived at Pittsburgh Landing on March 31st. Pittsburgh Landing, as its name indicates, was simply a landing place for steamboats. It is on the west bank of the Tennessee River, in a thickly wooded region about 20 miles northeast of Corinth. There was no town there then, nothing but the log house on the hill that the survivors of the Battle of Shiloh will all remember. The banks of the Tennessee on the Pittsburgh Landing side are steep and bluffy, rising about 100 feet above the level of the river. Shiloh Church, that gave the battle its name, was a Methodist meeting house. It was a small, hewed log building with a clapboard roof, about 2 miles out from the landing on the main Corinth road. On our arrival we were assigned to the division of General B. M. Prentiss, and we at once marched out and went into camp. About half a mile from the landing the road forks. The main Corinth road goes to the right, past Shiloh Church. The other goes to the left. These two roads come together again some miles out. General Prentiss's division was camped on this left-hand road at right angles to it. Our regiment went into camp almost on the extreme left of Prentiss's line. There was a brigade of Sherman's division under General Stuart still further to the left, about a mile, I think, in camp near a ford of Lick Creek, where the Hamburg and Purdy road crosses the creek, and between the left of Prentiss's and General Stuart's camp there were no troops. I know that, for during the few days intervening between our arrival and the battle, I roamed all through those woods on our left between us and Stuart, hunting for wild onions and turkey peas. The camp of our regiment was about 2 miles from the landing. The tents were pitched in the woods, and there was a little field of about 20 acres in our front. The camp faced nearly west, or possibly southwest. I shall never forget how glad I was to get off that old steamboat and to be on solid ground once more, in camp out in those old woods. My company had made the trip from St. Louis to Pittsburgh Landing on the hurricane deck of the steamboat, and our fare on the route had been hardtack and raw fat meat, washed down with river water, as we had no chance to cook anything, and we had not then learned the trick of catching the surplus hot water ejected from the boilers and making coffee with it. But once on solid ground, with plenty of wood to make fires, that bill of fare was changed. I shall never again eat meat that will taste as good as the fried sow-belly did then, accompanied by flapjacks and plenty of good, strong coffee. We had not yet got settled down to the regular drills. Guard duty was light, and things generally seemed to run kind of loose. And then the climate was delightful. We had just left the bleak, frozen north, where all was cold and cheerless, and we found ourselves in a clime where the air was as soft and warm as it was in Illinois in the latter part of May. The green grass was springing from the ground, the Johnny-jump-ups were in blossom, the trees were bursting into leaf, and the woods were full of feathered songsters. There was a redbird that would come every morning about sunup and perch himself in the tall black oak tree in our company street, and for perhaps an hour he would practice on his impatient, querulous note that said, as plain as a bird could say, "Boys, boys, get up, get up, get up." It became a standing remark among the boys that he was a Union redbird and had enlisted in our regiment to sound the reveille. So the time passed pleasantly away until that eventful Sunday morning, April 6, 1862. According to the Tribune Almanac for that year, the sun rose that morning in Tennessee at 38 minutes past 5 o'clock. I had no watch, but I have always been of the opinion that the sun was fully an hour and a half high before the fighting began on our part of the line. We had turned out about sunup, answered to roll call, and had cooked and eaten our breakfast. We had then gone to work preparing for the regular Sunday morning inspection, which would take place at 9 o'clock. The boys were scattered around the company streets and in front of the company parade grounds, engaged in polishing and brightening their muskets, and brushing up and cleaning their shoes, jackets, trousers, and clothing generally. It was a most beautiful morning. The sun was shining brightly through the trees, and there was not a cloud in the sky. It really seemed like Sunday in the country at home. During weekdays there was a continual stream of army wagons going to and from the landing, and clucking of their wheels, the yells and oaths of the drivers, the cracking of whips, mingled with the braying of mules, the neighing of the horses, the commands of the officers engaged in drilling the men, the incessant hum and buzz of the camps, the blare of bugles, and the roll of drums. All these made up a prodigious volume of sound that lasted from the coming up to the going down of the sun. But this morning was strangely still. The wagons were silent, the mules were peacefully munching their hay, and the army teamsters were giving us a rest. I listened with delight to the plaintive, mournful tones of a turtle dove in the woods close by, while on the dead limb of a tall tree right in the camp a woodpecker was sounding his long roll, just as I had heard it beaten by his northern brothers 1,000 times on the trees in the Otter Creek bottom at home. Suddenly, away off on the right, in the direction of Shiloh Church, came a dull, heavy pum, then another, and still another. Every man sprung to his feet, as if struck by an electric shock, and we looked inquiringly into one another's faces. "What is that?" asked everyone, but no one answered. Those heavy booms then came thicker and faster, and just a few seconds after we heard that first dull, ominous growl off to the southwest, came a low, sullen, continuous roar. There was no mistaking that sound. That was not a squad of pickets emptying their guns on being relieved from duty. It was the continuous roll of thousands of muskets, and told us that a battle was on. What I have been describing just now occurred during a few seconds only, and with the roar of musketry the long roll began to beat in our camp. Then ensued a scene of desperate haste, the like of which I certainly had never seen before, nor ever saw again. I remember that in the midst of this terrible uproar and confusion, while the boys were buckling on their cartridge boxes, and before even the companies had been formed, a mounted staff officer came galloping wildly down the line from the right. He checked and whirled his horse sharply around, right in our company street, the iron-bound hoofs of his steed crashing among the tin plates lying in a little pile where my mess had eaten its breakfast that morning. The horse was flecked with foam, and its eyes and nostrils were red as blood. The officer cast one hurried glance around him and exclaimed, "My God! This regiment not in line yet! They have been fighting on the right over an hour!" And wheeling his horse, he disappeared in the direction of the colonel's tent. I know now that history says the battle began about 4:30 that morning, that it was brought on by a reconnoitering party sent out early that morning by General Prentiss, that General Sherman's division on the right was early advised of the approach of the rebel army, and got ready to meet them in ample time. I have read these things in books, and am not disputing them, but am simply telling the story of an enlisted man on the left of Prentiss's line as to what he saw and knew of the condition of things at about 7 o'clock that morning. Well, the companies were formed. We marched out on the regimental parade ground, and the regiment was formed in line. The command was given, "Load at will, load." We had anticipated this, however, as the most of us had instinctively loaded our guns before we had formed company. All this time the roar on the right was getting nearer and louder. Our old colonel rode up close to us, opposite the center of the regimental line, and called out, "Attention, battalion!" We fixed our eyes on him to hear what was coming. It turned out to be the old man's battle harangue. "Gentlemen," he said, in a voice that every man in the regiment heard, "remember your state and do your duty today like brave men." That was all. A year later in the war the old man doubtless would have addressed us as soldiers and not as gentlemen, and he would have omitted his allusion to the state, which smacked a little of Confederate notions. However, he was a Douglas Democrat, and his mind was probably running on Buena Vista in the Mexican War, where, it is said, a Western regiment acted badly and threw a cloud over the reputation for courage of the men of that state which required the thunders of the Civil War to disperse. Immediately after the colonel had given us his brief exhortation, the regiment was marched across the little field I have before mentioned, and we took our place in line of battle, the woods in front of us and the open field in our rear. We "dressed on" the colors, ordered arms, and stood awaiting the attack. By this time the roar on the right had become terrific. The rebel army was unfolding its front, and the battle was steadily advancing in our direction. We could begin to see the blue rings of smoke curling upward among the trees off to the right, and the pungent smell of burning gunpowder filled the air. As the roar came traveling down the line from the right, it reminded me, only it was a million times louder, of the sweep of a thunder shower in summertime over the hard ground of a stubble field. And there we stood, on the edge of the woods, so still, waiting for the storm to break on us. I know mighty well what I was thinking about then. My mind's eye was fixed on a little log cabin far away to the north, in the backwoods of western Illinois. I could see my father sitting on the porch, reading the little local newspaper brought from the post office the evening before. There was my mother getting my little brothers ready for Sunday school, the old dog lying asleep in the sun, the hens cackling about the barn. All these things and 100 other tender recollections rushed into my mind. I am not ashamed to say now that I would willingly have given a general quitclaim deed for every jot and tittle of military glory falling to me, past, present, and to come, if I only could have been miraculously and instantaneously set down in the yard of that peaceful little home, 1,000 miles away from the haunts of fighting men. The time we thus stood, waiting the attack, could not have exceeded 5 minutes. Suddenly, obliquely to our right, there was a long, wavy flash of bright light, then another and another. It was the sunlight shining on gun barrels and bayonets, and there they were at last, a long brown line with muskets at a right shoulder shift, in excellent order. Right through the woods they came. We began firing at once. From one end of the regiment to the other leaped a sheet of red flame, and the roar that went up from the edge of that old field doubtless advised General Prentiss of the fact that the rebels had at last struck the extreme left of his line. We had fired but 2 or 3 rounds when, for some reason, I never knew what, we were ordered to fall back across the field, and did so. The whole line, so far as I could see to the right, went back. We halted on the other side of the field, in the edge of the woods, in front of our tents, and again began firing. The rebels, of course, had moved up and occupied the line we had just abandoned, and here we did our first hard fighting during the day. Our officers said, after the battle was over, that we held this line an hour and 10 minutes. How long it was I do not know. I took no note of time. We retreated from this position, as our officers afterwards said, because the troops on our right had given way, and we were flanked. Possibly those boys on our right would give the same excuse for their leaving, and probably truly too. Still, I think we did not fall back a minute too soon. As I rose from the comfortable log from behind which a bunch of us had been firing, I saw men in gray and brown clothes, with trailed muskets, running through the camp on our right. And I saw something else, too, that sent a chill all through me. It was a kind of flag I had never seen before. It was a gaudy sort of thing, with red bars. It flashed over me in a second that that thing was a rebel flag. It was not more than 60 yards to the right. The smoke around it was low and dense and kept me from seeing the man who was carrying it, but I plainly saw the banner. It was going fast with a jerky motion, which told me that the bearer was on a double quick. About that time we left. We observed no kind of order in leaving. The main thing was to get out of there as quick as we could. I ran down our company street, and in passing the big Sibley tent of our mess, I thought of my knapsack with all my traps and belongings, including that precious little packet of letters from home. I said to myself, I will save my knapsack anyhow. But one quick backward glance over my left shoulder made me change my mind, and I went on. I never saw my knapsack or any of its contents afterwards. Our broken forces halted and reformed about half a mile to the rear of our camp on the summit of a gentle ridge, covered with thick brush. I recognized our regiment by the little gray pony the old colonel rode, and hurried to my place in the ranks. Standing there with our faces once more to the front, I saw a seemingly endless column of men in blue marching by the flank, who were filing off to the right through the woods, and I heard our old German adjutant, Kramer, say to the colonel, "Those are the troops of General Hurlbut. He is forming a new line there in the bush." I exclaimed to myself from the bottom of my heart, "Bully for General Hurlbut and the new line in the bush. Maybe we'll whip 'em yet." I shall never forget my feelings about this time. I was astonished at our first retreat in the morning across the field back to our camp, but it occurred to me that maybe that was only strategy, and all done on purpose. But when we had to give up our camp and actually turn our backs and run half a mile, it seemed to me that we were forever disgraced, and I kept thinking to myself, what will they say about this at home? I was very dry for a drink, and as we were doing nothing just then, I slipped out of ranks and ran down to the little hollow in our rear in search of water. Finding a little pool, I threw myself on the ground and took a copious draught. As I rose to my feet, I observed an officer about a rod above me, also quenching his thirst, holding his horse meanwhile by the bridle. As he rose, I saw it was our old adjutant. At no other time would I have dared accost him unless in the line of duty, but the situation made me bold. "Adjutant," I said, "what does this mean? Our having to run this way? Ain't we whipped?" He blew the water from his mustache, and quickly answered in a careless way, "Oh, no, that is all right. We used fall back to form on the reserve. General Buell was now crossing the river mit 50,000 men, and will be here pretty quick. And General Lew Wallace is coming from Crump's Landing mit 15,000 more. We whips 'em, we whips 'em. Go to your company." Back I went on the run, with a heart as light as a feather. As I took my place in the ranks beside my chum, Jack Medford, I said to him, "Jack, I've just had a talk with the old adjutant down at the branch where I've been to get a drink. He says Buell is crossing the river with 75,000 men and a whole world of cannon, and that some other general is coming up from Crump's Landing with 25,000 more men. He says we fell back here on purpose, and that we're going to whip the Secesh, just sure. Ain't that just perfectly bully?" I had improved some on the adjutant's figures, as the news was so glorious I thought a little variance of 25,000 or 30,000 men would make no difference in the end. But as the long hours wore on that day, and still Buell and Wallace did not come, my faith in the adjutant's veracity became considerably shaken. It was at this point that my regiment was detached from Prentice's division and served with it no more that day. We were sent some distance to the right to support a battery, the name of which I never learned. It was occupying the summit of a slope, and was actively engaged when we reached it. We were put in position about 20 rods in the rear of the battery and ordered to lie flat on the ground. The ground sloped gently down in our direction, so that by hugging it close the rebel shot and shell went over us. It was here at about 10 o'clock in the morning that I first saw Grant that day. He was on horseback, of course, accompanied by his staff, and was evidently making a personal examination of his lines. He went by us in a gallop, riding between us and the battery at the head of his staff. The battery was then hotly engaged. Shot and shell were whizzing overhead and cutting off the limbs of trees, but Grant rode through the storm with perfect indifference, seemingly paying no more attention to the missiles than if they had been paper wads. We remained in support of this battery until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We were then put in motion by the right flank, filed to the left, crossed the left-hand Corinth road, then we were thrown into the line by the command, "By the left flank, march." We crossed a little ravine and up a slope, and relieved a regiment on the left of Hurlbut's line. This line was desperately engaged, and had been at this point, as we afterward learned, for fully 4 hours. I remember as we went up the slope and began firing, about the first thing that met my gaze was what out west we would call a windrow of dead men in blue, some doubled up face downward, others with their white faces upturned to the sky, brave boys who had been shot to death in "holding the line." Here we stayed until our last cartridge was shot away. We were then relieved by another regiment. We filled our cartridge boxes again and went back to the support of our battery. The boys laid down and talked in low tones. Many of our comrades, alive and well an hour ago, we had left dead on that bloody ridge. And still the battle raged. From right to left, everywhere, it was one never-ending, terrible roar with no prospect of stopping. Somewhere between 4 and 5 o'clock, as near as I can tell, everything became ominously quiet. Our battery ceased firing. The gunners leaned against the pieces and talked and laughed. Suddenly a staff officer rode up and said something in a low tone to the commander of the battery, then rode to our colonel and said something to him. The battery horses were at once brought up from a ravine in the rear, and the battery limbered up and moved off through the woods diagonally to the left and rear. We were put in motion by the flank and followed it. Everything kept so still. The loudest noise I heard was the clucking of the wheels of the gun carriages and caissons as they wound through the woods. We emerged from the woods and entered a little old field. I then saw to our right and front lines of men in blue moving in the same direction we were, and it was evident that we were falling back. All at once, on the right, the left, and from our recent front came one tremendous roar, and the bullets fell like hail. The lines took the double quick towards the rear. For a while the attempt was made to fall back in order, and then everything went to pieces. My heart failed me utterly. I thought the day was lost. A confused mass of men and guns, caissons, army wagons, ambulances, and all the debris of a beaten army surged and crowded along the narrow dirt road to the landing, while that pitiless storm of leaden hail came crashing on us from the rear. It was undoubtedly at this crisis in our affairs that the division of General Prentiss was captured. I will digress here for a minute to speak of a little incident connected with this disastrous feature of the day that has always impressed me as a pathetic instance of the patriotism and unselfish devotion to the cause that was by no means uncommon among the rank and file of the Union armies. There was in my company a middle-aged German named Charles Oberdijk. According to the company descriptive book, he was a native of the then Kingdom of Hanover, now a province of Prussia. He was a typical German, flaxen-haired, blue-eyed, quiet and taciturn, of limited and meager education, but a model soldier, who accepted without question and obeyed without a murmur the orders of his military superiors. Prior to the war he had made his living by chopping cordwood in the high timbered hills near the mouth of the Illinois River, or by working as a common laborer in the country on the farms at $14 a month. He was unmarried, his parents were dead, and he had no other immediate relatives surviving, either in his fatherland or in the country of his adoption. He and I enlisted from the same neighborhood. I had known him in civil life at home, and hence he was disposed to be more communicative with me than with the other boys in the company. A day or two after the battle, he and I were sitting in the shade of a tree in camp talking over the incidents of the fight. "Charlie," I said to him, "how did you feel along about 4 o'clock Sunday afternoon when they broke our lines? We were falling back in disorder, and it looked like the whole business was gone up generally." He knocked the ashes from his pipe, and turning his face quickly towards me, said, "I used tell you how I feels. I no care anythings about Charlie. He have no wife, nor children, father, nor mother, brother, nor sister. If Charlie get killed, it make no difference. There was nobody to cry for him. So I dinks nothing about myselfs. But I tells you, I used then feels bad for de cause." Noble, simple-hearted old Charlie. It was the imminent danger only to the cause that made his heart sink in that seemingly fateful hour, when we heard in the malignant and triumphant roar of the rebel cannon in our rear what might be the death-knell of the last great experiment of civilized men to establish among the nations of the world a united republic, freed from the curse of pampered kings and selfish, grasping aristocrats. It was in that moment, in his simple language, that the peril to the cause was the supreme and only consideration. It must have been when we were less than half a mile from the landing on our disorderly retreat before mentioned, that we saw standing in line of battle, at ordered arms, extending from both sides of the road until lost in sight in the woods, a long, well-ordered line of men in blue. What did that mean, and where had they come from? I was walking by the side of Enoch Wallace, the orderly sergeant of my company. He was a man of nerve and courage, and by word and deed had done more that day to hold us green and untried boys in ranks and firmly to our duty than any other man in the company. But even he, in the face of this seemingly appalling state of things, had evidently lost heart. I said to him, "Enoch, what are those men there for?" He answered in a low tone, "I guess they are put there to hold the rebels in check till the army can get across the river." And doubtless that was the thought of every intelligent soldier in our beaten column. And yet it goes to show how little the common soldier knew of the actual situation. We did not know then that this line was the last line of battle of the fighting 4th Division under General Hurlbut, that on its right was the division of McClellan, the Fort Donelson boys, that on its right, at right angles to it, and as it were the refused wing of the army, was glorious old Sherman hanging on with a bulldog grip to the road across Snake Creek from Crump's Landing, by which Lew Wallace was coming with 5,000 men. In other words, we still had an unbroken line confronting the enemy, made up of men who were not yet ready by any manner of means to give up that they were whipped. Nor did we know then that our retreating mass consisted only of some regiments of Hurlbut's division and some other isolated commands, who had not been duly notified of the recession of Hurlbut and of his falling back to form a new line, and thereby came very near sharing the fate of Prentice's men and being marched to the rear as prisoners of war. Speaking for myself, it was 20 years after the battle before I found these things out, yet they are true, just as much so as the fact that the sun rose yesterday morning. Well, we filed through Hurlbut's line, halted, reformed, and faced to the front once more. We were put in place a short distance in the rear of Hurlbut as a support to some heavy guns. It must have been about 5 o'clock now. Suddenly, on the extreme left and just a little above the landing, came a deafening explosion that fairly shook the ground beneath our feet, followed by others in quick and regular succession. The look of wonder and inquiry that the soldiers' faces wore for a moment disappeared for one of joy and exultation as it flashed across our minds that the gunboats had at last joined hands in the dance, and were pitching big 20-pound parrot shells up the ravine in front of Hurlbut, to the terror and discomfiture of our adversaries. The last place my regiment assumed was close to the road coming up from the landing. As we were lying there, I heard the strains of martial music, and saw a body of men marching by the flank up the road. I slipped out of ranks and walked out to the side of the road to see what troops they were. Their band was playing Dixie's Land, and playing it well. The men were marching at a quick step, carrying their guns, cartridge boxes, haversacks, canteens, and blanket rolls. I saw that they had not been in the fight, for there was no powder smoke on their faces. "What regiment is this?" I asked of a young sergeant marching on the flank. Back came the answer in a quick, cheery tone: "The 36th Indiana, the advance guard of Buell's army." I did not, on hearing this, throw my cap into the air and yell. That would have given those Indiana fellows a chance to chaff and guy me, and possibly make sarcastic remarks, which I did not care to provoke. I gave one big, gasping swallow, and stood still, but the blood thumped in the veins of my throat, and my heart fairly pounded against my little infantry jacket in the joyous rapture of this glorious intelligence. Soldiers need not be told of the thrill of unspeakable exultation they all have felt at the sight of armed friends in danger's darkest hour. Speaking for myself alone, I can only say, in the most heartfelt sincerity, that in all my obscure military career, never to me was the sight of reinforcing legions so precious and so welcome as on that Sunday evening when the rays of the descending sun were flashed back from the bayonets of Buell's advance column as it deployed on the bluffs of Pittsburg Landing. My account of the battle is about done. So far as I saw or heard, very little fighting was done that evening after Buell's advance crossed the river. The sun must have been fully an hour high when anything like regular and continuous firing had entirely ceased. What the result would have been if Beauregard had massed his troops on our left and forced the fighting late Sunday evening would be a matter of opinion, and a common soldier's opinion would not be considered worth much. My regiment was held in reserve the next day, and was not engaged. I have, therefore, no personal experience of that day to relate. After the Battle of Shiloh, it fell to my lot to play my humble part in several other fierce conflicts of arms. But Shiloh was my maiden fight. It was there I first saw a gun fired in anger, heard the whistle of a bullet, or saw a man die a violent death, and my experiences, thoughts, impressions, and sensations on that bloody Sunday will abide with me as long as I live. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Story of a Common Soldier of Army Life in the Civil War, 1861-1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Story of a Common Soldier of Army Life in the Civil War by Leander Stillwell. Chapter 4. Some Incidents of the Battle of Shiloh. There were many little incidents at Shiloh that came under my personal observation that I did not mention in the foregoing sketch. The matter of space was important, so I passed them over. But that consideration does not arise now, and as I am writing this for you, I will say something here about several things that I think may be of some interest. I distinctly remember my first shot at Shiloh. It was fired when we were in our first position, as described in my account of the battle. I think that when the boys saw the enemy advancing, they began firing of their own motion, without waiting for orders. At least, I don't remember hearing any. I was in the front rank, but didn't fire. I preferred to wait for a good opportunity, when I could take deliberate aim at some individual foe. But when the regiment fired, the Confederates halted and began firing also, and the fronts of both lines were at once shrouded in smoke. I had my gun at a ready, and was trying to peer under the smoke in order to get a sight of our enemies. Suddenly I heard someone in a highly excited tone calling to me from just in my rear, "Stillwell, shoot! Shoot! Why don't you shoot?" I looked around, and saw that this command was being given by Bob Wilder, our second lieutenant, who was in his place just a few steps to the rear. He was a young man, about 25 years old, and was fairly wild with excitement, jumping up and down like a hen on a hot griddle. "Why, Lieutenant," said I can't see anything to shoot at." "Shoot, shoot, anyhow." "All right," I responded, "if you say shoot, shoot it is." And bringing my gun to my shoulder, I aimed low in the direction of the enemy, and blazed away through the smoke. I have always doubted if this, my first shot, did any execution, but there's no telling. However, the lieutenant was clearly right. Our adversaries were in our front, in easy range, and it was our duty to aim low, fire in their general direction, and let fate do the rest. But at the time, the idea to me was ridiculous that one should blindly shoot into a cloud of smoke without having a bead on the object to be shot at. I had shot squirrels and rabbits and other small game in the big woods adjacent to our backwoods home from the time I was big enough to carry a gun. In fact, I began when I was too small to shoot offhand, but had to fire from a rest, any convenient stump, log, or forked bush. The gun I used was a little old percussion lock rifle with a long barrel, carrying a bullet which weighed about 60 to the pound. We boys had to furnish our own ammunition, lead, which we molded into bullets, gun caps, and powder. Our principal source of revenue whereby we got money to buy ammunition was hazelnuts, which we would gather, shuck, and sell at 5 cents a quart. And the work incident to the gathering and shucking of a quart of hazelnuts was a decidedly tedious job, but it made us economical in the use of our ordnance stores, so we would never throw away a shot carelessly or unnecessarily. And it was a standing rule never to shoot a squirrel anywhere except in the head, save as a last resort, when circumstances compelled one to fire at some other part of the body of the little animal. And so I thought, at the beginning of my military career, that I should use the same care and circumspection in firing an old musket when on the line of battle that I had exercised in hunting squirrels. But I learned better in about the first 5 minutes of the Battle of Shiloh. However, in every action I was in, when the opportunity was afforded, I took careful and deliberate aim. But many a time the surroundings were such that the only thing to do was to hold low and fire through the smoke in the direction of the enemy. I will say here that the extent of wild shooting done in battle, especially by raw troops, is astonishing, and rather hard to understand. When we fell back to our second line at Shiloh, I heard an incessant humming sound away up above our heads, like the flight of a swarm of bees. In my ignorance, I at first hardly knew what that meant, but it presently dawned on me that the noise was caused by bullets singing through the air from 20 to 100 feet over our heads. And after the battle I noticed that the big trees in our camp, just in the rear of our second line, were thickly pockmarked by musket balls at a distance of fully 100 feet from the ground. And yet we were separated from the Confederates only by a little narrow field, and the intervening ground was perfectly level. But the fact is, those boys were fully as green as we were, and doubtless as much excited. The Confederate army at Shiloh was composed of soldiers, the great majority of whom went under fire there for the first time, and I reckon they were as nervous and badly scared as we were. I shall never forget how awfully I felt on seeing for the first time a man killed in battle. This occurred on our second position, above mentioned. Our line of battle here was somewhat irregular, and the men had become mixed up. The trees and stumps were thick, and we availed ourselves of their protection whenever possible. I had a tree. It was embarrassingly small, but better than none. I took to a log later, but there was a man just on my right, behind a tree of generous proportions, and I somewhat envied him. He was actively engaged in loading and firing, and was standing up to the work well when I last saw him alive, but All at once there he was, lying on his back at the foot of his tree, with one leg doubled under him, motionless, and stone dead. He probably had been hit square in the head while aiming or peeking around the tree. I stared at his body, perfectly horrified. Only a few seconds ago that man was alive and well, and now he was lying on the ground, done for forever. The event came nearer completely upsetting me than anything else that occurred during the entire battle, but I got used to such incidents in the course of the day. After rallying at our third position, we were moved a short distance to the rear, and formed in line at right angles to the road from our camp to the landing. While standing there, I casually noticed a large wall tent at the side of the road, a few steps to my rear. It was closed up, and nobody stirring around it. Suddenly I heard right over our heads a frightful swish, and followed by a loud crash in this tent. Looking around, I saw a big gaping hole in the wall of the tent, and on the other side got a glimpse of the cause of the disturbance, a big cannon ball ricocheting down the ridge and hunting further mischief. And at the same moment of time the front flaps of the tent were frantically thrown open, and out popped a fellow in citizen's clothes. He had a Hebrew visage, his face was as white as a dead man's, and his eyes were sticking out like a crawfish's. He started down the road toward the landing at probably the fastest gait he had ever made in his life, his coat tails streaming behind him, and the boys yelling at him. We proceeded to investigate the interior of that tent at once, and found that it was a sutler's establishment, and crammed with sutler goods. The panic-struck individual who had just vacated it was, of course, the proprietor. He had adopted ostrich tactics, had buttoned himself up in the tent, and was in there, keeping as still as a mouse, thinking perhaps that, as he could see nobody, nobody could see him. That cannon ball must have been a rude surprise. In order to have plenty of hand romance, we tore down the tent at once, and then proceeded to appropriate the contents. There were barrels of apples, bologna sausages, cheeses, canned oysters and sardines, and lots of other truck. I was filling my haversack with bologna when Colonel Fry rode up to me and said, "My son, will you please give me a link of that sausage?" Under the circumstances, I reckon I must have been feeling somewhat impudent and reckless, so I answered rather saucily, "Certainly, Colonel, we are closing out this morning below cost," and I thrust into his hands 2 or 3 big links of bologna. There was a faint trace of a grin on the old man's face as he took the provender, and he began gnawing at once on one of the hunks, while the others he stowed away in his equipments. I suspected from this incident that the Colonel had had no breakfast that morning, which perhaps may have been the case. Soon after this I made another deal. There were some cavalry in line close by us, and one of them called out to me, "Pardner, give me some of them apples." "You bet," said I, and quickly filling my cap with the fruit, handed it to him. He emptied the apples into his haversack, took a silver dime from his pocket, and proffered it to me, saying, "Here." "Keep your money, don't want it," was my response, but he threw the coin at my feet, and I picked it up and put it in my pocket. It came agreeably handy later. Jack Medford of my company came up to me with a most complacent look on his face, and patting his haversack said, "Lee, I just now got a whole lot of paper and envelopes, and am fixing for writing home about this battle." "Seems to me, Jack," I suggested, "you'd better unload that stuff and get something to eat. Don't worry about writing home about the battle till it's done fought." Jack's countenance changed. He muttered, "Reckon you're right, Lee," and when next I saw him his haversack was bulging with bologna and cheese. All this time the battle was raging furiously on our right, and occasionally a cannon ball, flying high, went screaming over our heads. Walter Scott, in "The Lady of the Lake," in describing an incident in the battle of Beal Audun, speaks of the unearthly screaming and yelling that occurred, sounding "as if all the fiends from heaven that fell had pealed the banner cry of hell." That comparison leaves much for the imagination, but speaking from experience, I will say that of all the blood-curdling sounds I ever heard, the worst is the terrific scream of a cannon ball or shell passing close over one's head, especially that kind with a cavity in the base that sucks in air. At least they sounded that way until I got used to them. As a matter of fact, artillery in my time was not near as dangerous as musketry. It was noisy, but didn't kill often unless at close range and firing grape and canister. As stated in the preceding sketch, sometime during the forenoon the regiment was sent to the support of a battery and remained there for some hours. The most trying situation in battle is one where you have to lie flat on the ground, under fire more or less, and without any opportunity to return it. The constant strain on the nerves is almost intolerable. So it was with feelings of grim but heartfelt relief that we finally heard the colonel command, "Attention, battalion!" Our turn had come at last. We sprang to our feet with alacrity and were soon in motion, marching by the flank diagonally towards the left, from whence for some hours had been proceeding heavy firing. We had not gone far before I saw something which hardly had an inspiring effect. We were marching along an old grass-grown country road with a rail fence on the right, which enclosed a sort of woods pasture, and with a dense forest on our left, when I saw a soldier on our left slowly making his way to the rear. He had been struck a sort of glancing shot on the left side of his face, and the skin and flesh of his cheek were hanging in shreds. His face and neck were covered with blood, and he was a frightful sight. Yet he seemed to be perfectly cool and composed, and wasn't taking on a bit. As he came opposite my company he looked up at us and said, "Give 'em hell, boys, they've spoiled my beauty." It was manifest that he was not exaggerating. When we were thrown into line on our new position and began firing, I was in the front rank, and my rear rank man was Philip Potter, a young Irishman who was some years my senior. When he fired his first shot, he came very near putting me out of action. I think that the muzzle of his gun could not have been more than 2 or 3 inches from my right ear. The shock of the report almost deafened me at the time, and my neck and right cheek were peppered with powder grains, which remained there for years, until finally absorbed in the system. I turned to Phil in a fury, exclaiming, "What in the hell and damnation do you mean?" Just then down went the man on my right with a sharp cry, and followed by the one on the left, both apparently severely wounded. The thought of my shocking conduct in thus indulging in wicked profanity at such a time flashed upon me, and I almost held my breath, expecting summary punishment on the spot. But nothing of the kind happened, and according to history, Washington swore a good deal worse at the Battle of Monmouth, and Potter was more careful thereafter. Poor Phil! On December 7th, 1864, while fighting on the skirmish line near Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and just a few paces to my left, he was mortally wounded by a gunshot in the bowels, and died in the hospital a few days later. He was a Catholic, and in his last hours was almost frantic because no priest was at hand to grant him absolution. Right after we began firing on this line, I noticed directly in my front and not more than 200 yards away a large Confederate flag flapping defiantly in the breeze. The smoke was too dense to enable me to see the bearer, but the banner was distinctly visible. It looked hateful to me, and I wanted to see it come down. So I held on it, let my gun slowly fall until I thought the sights were about on a waistline, and then fired. I peered eagerly under the smoke to see the effect of my shot, but the blamed thing was still flying. I fired 3 or 4 more shots on the same line as the first, but with no apparent results. I then concluded that the bear was probably squatted behind a stump or something, and that it was useless to waste ammunition on him. Diagonally to my left, perhaps 250 yards away, the Confederate line of battle was in plain sight. It was in the open, in the edge of an old field, with woods to the rear. It afforded a splendid mark. Even the ramrods could be seen flashing in the air as the men, while in the act of loading, drew and returned the rammers. Thereupon I began firing at the enemy on that part of the line, and the balance of the contents of my cartridge box went in that direction. It was impossible to tell if any of my shots took effect, but after the battle I went to the spot and looked over the ground. The Confederate dead lay there thick, and I wondered, as I looked at them, if I had killed any of those poor fellows. Of course I didn't know, and am glad now that I didn't. And I will say here that I do not now have any conclusive knowledge that during my entire term of service I ever killed or even wounded a single man. It is more than probable that some of my shots were fatal, but I don't know it, and am thankful for the ignorance. You see, after all, the common soldiers of the Confederate armies were American boys, just like us, and conscientiously believed that they were right. Had they been soldiers of a foreign nation, Spaniards for instance, I might feel differently. When we "went in" on the above-mentioned position, old Captain Reddish took his place in the ranks and fought like a common soldier. He had picked up the musket of some dead or wounded man, and filled his pockets with cartridges and gun caps, and so was well provided with ammunition. He unbuckled his sword from the belt and laid it in the scabbard at his feet, and proceeded to give his undivided attention to the enemy. I can now see the old man in my mind's eye as he stood in the ranks, loading and firing, his blue-gray eyes flashing, and his face lighted up with the flame of battle. Colonel Fry happened to be near us at one time, and I heard old Captain John yell at him, "Injun fightin', Colonel, just like Injun fightin'." When we finally retired, the captain shouldered his musket and trotted off with the rest of us, oblivious of his "cheese knife," as he called it, left it lying on the ground, and never saw it again. There was a battery of light artillery on this line, about a quarter of a mile to our right, on a slight elevation of the ground. It was right flush up with the infantry line of battle, and oh, how those artillerymen handled their guns! It seemed to me that there was the roar of a cannon from that battery about every other second. When ramming cartridge, I sometimes glanced in that direction. The men were big fellows, stripped to the waist, their white skins flashing in the sunlight, and they were working like I have seen men doing when fighting a big fire in the woods. I fairly gloated over the fire of that battery. "Give it to them, my sons of thunder," I would say to myself. "Knock the everlasting stuffing out of 'em." And, as I ascertained after the battle, they did do frightful execution. In consideration of the fact that nowadays, as you know, I refuse to even kill a chicken, some of the above expressions may sound rather strange. But the fact is, a soldier on the fighting line is possessed by the demon of destruction. He wants to kill, and the more of his adversaries he can see killed, the more intense his gratification. General Grant somewhere in his memoirs expresses the idea, only in milder language than mine, when he says, "While a battle is raging, one can see his enemy mowed down by the 1,000 or the 10,000 with great composure." The regiment bivouacked for the night on the bluff, not far from the historic log house. Rain set in about dark, and not wanting to lie in the water, I hunted around and found a little brush pile, evidently made by some man from a sapling he had cut down and trimmed up some time past, when the leaves were on the trees. I made a sort of pillow out of my gun, cartridge box, haversack, and canteen, and stretched myself out on the brush pile, tired to death, and rather discouraged over the events of the day. The main body of Buell's men, the Army of the Ohio, soon after dark began ascending the bluff at a point a little above the landing, and forming in line in the darkness a short distance beyond. I have a shadowy impression that this lasted the greater part of the night. Their regimental bands played continuously, and it seemed to me that they all played the tune of "The Girl I Left Behind Me," and the rain drizzled down, while every 15 minutes one of the big navy guns roared and sent a ponderous shell shrieking up the ravine above in the direction of the enemy. To this day, whenever I hear an instrumental band playing "The Girl I Left Behind Me," there come to me the memories of that gloomy Sunday night at Pittsburgh Landing. I again hear the ceaseless patter of the rain, the dull, heavy tread of Buell's marching columns, the thunderous roar of the navy guns, the demoniacal scream of the projectile, and, mingled with it all, the sweet, plaintive music of that old song. We had an army version of it I have never seen in print, altogether different from the original ballad. The last stanza of this army production was as follows: "If I ever get through this war, and a rebel ball don't find me, I'll shape my course by the northern star, to the girl I left behind me." I have said elsewhere that the regiment was not engaged on Monday. We remained all that day at the place where we bivouacked Sunday night. The ends of the staffs of our regimental flags were driven in the ground, the banners flapping idly in the breeze, while the men sat or lay around with their guns in their hands or lying by them, their cartridge boxes buckled on, and all ready to fall in line at the tap of the drum. But for some reason I never knew, we were not called on. Our division commander, General B. M. Prentice, and our brigade commander, Colonel Madison Miller, were both captured on Sunday with the bulk of Prentice's division, so I reckon we were sort of lost children. But we were not alone. There were also other regiments of Grant's command which were held in reserve and did not fire a shot on Monday. After the battle I roamed around over the field the most of the following 2 days, looking at what was to be seen. The fearful sights apparent on a bloody battlefield simply cannot be described in all their horror. They must be seen in order to be fully realized. As Byron, somewhere in Don Juan, truly says, "Mortality, thou hast thy monthly bills, thy plagues, thy famines, thy physicians, yet tick like the death watch within our ears, the ills past, present, and to come, but all may yield to the true portrait of one battlefield." There was a small clearing on the battlefield called the Peach Orchard Field. It was of irregular shape, and about 15 or 20 acres in extent, as I remember. However, I cannot now be sure as to the exact size. It got its name probably from the fact that there were on it a few scraggy peach trees. The Union troops on Sunday had a strong line in the woods just north of the field, and the Confederates made 4 successive charges across this open space on our line, all of which were repulsed with frightful slaughter. I walked all over this piece of ground the day after the close of the battle, and before the dead had been buried. It is the simple truth to say that this space was literally covered with the Confederate dead, and one could have walked all over it on their bodies. General Grant, in substance, makes the same statement in his memoirs. It was a fearful sight. But not far from the Peach Orchard Field, in a westerly direction, was a still more gruesome spectacle. Some of our forces were in line on an old grass-grown country road that ran through thick woods. The wheels of wagons running for many years right in the same ruts had cut through the turf, so that the surface of the road was somewhat lower than the adjacent ground. To men firing on their knees, this afforded a slight natural breastwork, which was substantial protection. In front of this position, in addition to the large timber, was a dense growth of small underbrush, post oak and the like, which had not yet shed their leaves, and the ground was also covered with layers of dead leaves. There was desperate fighting at this point, and during its progress exploding shells set the woods on fire. The clothing of the dead Confederates lying in these woods caught fire, and their bodies were burned to a crisp. I have read somewhere that some wounded men were burned to death, but I doubt that. I walked all over the ground looking at these poor fellows, and scrutinized them carefully to see the nature of their hurts, and they had evidently been shot dead or expired in a few seconds after being struck. But in any event, the sight was horrible. I will not go into details, but leave it to your imagination. I noticed at other places on the field the bodies of 2 Confederate soldiers whose appearances I shall never forget. They presented a remarkable contrast of death in battle. One was a full-grown man, seemingly about 30 years of age, with sandy, reddish hair and a scrubby beard and mustache of the same color. He had been firing from behind a tree, had exposed his head, and had been struck square in the forehead by a musket ball, killed instantly, and had dropped at the foot of the tree in a heap. He was in the act of biting a cartridge when struck. His teeth were still fastened on the paper extremity, while his right hand clutched the bullet end. His teeth were long and snaggy, and discolored by tobacco juice. As just stated, he had been struck dead, seemingly instantaneously. His eyes were wide open and gleaming with satanic fury. His transition from life to death had been immediate, with the result that there was indelibly stamped on his face all the furious rage and lust of battle. He was an ill-looking fellow, and all in all was not an agreeable object to contemplate. The other was a far different case. He was lying on a sloping ridge where the Confederates had charged a battery, and had suffered fearfully. He was a mere boy, not over 18, with regular features, light brown hair, blue eyes, and, generally speaking, was strikingly handsome. He had been struck on his right leg, above the knee, about midway the thigh, by a cannon ball, which had cut off the limb, except a small strip of skin. He was lying on his back, at full length, his right arm straight up in the air, rigid as a stake, and his fist tightly clinched. His eyes were wide open, but their expression was calm and natural. The shock and the loss of blood doubtless brought death to his relief in a short time. As I stood looking at the unfortunate boy, I thought of how some poor mother's heart would be well nigh broken when she heard of the sad, untimely fate of her darling son. But before the war was over, doubtless thousands of similar cases occurred in both the Union and Confederate armies. I believe I will here speak of a notion of mine, to be considered for whatever you may think it worth. As you know, I am not a religious man in the theological sense of the term, having never belonged to a church in my life. Have just tried to the best of my ability to act according to the golden rule, and let it go at that. But from my earliest youth I have had a peculiar reverence for Sunday. I hunted much with a gun when a boy, and so did the people generally of my neighborhood. Small game in that backwoods region was very plentiful, and even deer were not uncommon. Well, it was a settled conviction with us primitive people that if one went hunting on Sunday, he would not only have bad luck in that regard that day, but also all the rest of the week. So, when the Confederates began the battle on Sunday, I would keep thinking throughout its entire progress, "You fellows started this on Sunday, and you'll get licked." I admit that there were a few occasions when things looked so awful bad that I became discouraged, but I quickly rallied, and my Sunday superstition, or whatever it may be called, was justified in the end. In addition to Shiloh, the battles of New Orleans in 1815, Waterloo, and Bull Run were fought on a Sunday, and in each case the attacking party was signally defeated. These results may have been mere coincidences, but I don't think so. I have read somewhere an authentic statement that President Lincoln entertained this same belief, and always was opposed to aggressive movements on Sundays by the Union troops. The wildest possible rumors got into circulation at home about some of the results of the battle. I have now lying before me an old letter from my father of date April 19th, in answer to mine, which I will mention later, giving him the first definite intelligence about our regiment and the neighborhood boys. Among other things he said, "We have had it here that Fry's regiment was all captured that was not killed, pretty much all given up as lost, that Beauregard had run you all down a steep place into the Tennessee River, that Captain Reddish had his arm shot off, that Enoch Wallace was also wounded," and here followed the names of some others who, the same as Reddish and Wallace, hadn't received even a scratch. My letter to my father mentioned above was dated April 10th, and received by him on the 18th. It was brief, occupying only about 4 pages of the small, sleazy note paper that we bought in those days of the sutlers. I don't remember why I didn't write sooner, but it was probably because no mail boat left the landing until about that time. The old mail hack ordinarily arrived at the Otter Creek post office from the outside world an hour or so before sundown, and the evening my letter came, the little post office and general store was crowded with people intensely anxious to hear from their boys or other relatives of the 61st Illinois. The distribution of letters in that office in those times was a proceeding of much simplicity. The old clerk who attended to that would call out in a stentorian tone the name of the addressee of each letter, who, if present, would respond, "Here," and then the letter would be given a dexterous flip and went flying to him across the room. But on this occasion there were no letters from the regiment until just at the last the clerk called my father's name, "J. O. Stillwell," and again, still louder, but there was no response. Whereupon the clerk held the letter at arm's length and carefully scrutinized the address. "Well," he said finally, "this is from Jerry Stillwell's boy in the 61st, so I reckon he's not killed, anyhow." A murmur of excitement went through the room at this, and the people crowded up to get a glimpse of even the handwriting of the address. "Yes, that's from Jerry's boy, sure," said several. Thereupon William Noble and Joseph Beeman, who were old friends of father's, begged the postmaster to give them the letter, and they would go straight out to Stillwell's with it and have him read it, and then they would come right back with the news. Everybody seconded the request. The postmaster acceded, and handed one of them the letter. They rushed out, unfastened their horses, and left in a gallop for Stillwell's, 2 miles away, on the south side of Otter Creek, out in the woods. As they dashed up to the little old log cabin they saw my father out near the barn. The one with the letter waved it aloft, calling at the top of his voice, "Letter from your boy, Jerry!" My mother heard this, and she came running from the house, trembling with excitement. The letter was at once opened and read, and the terrible reports which to that time had prevailed about the fate of Fry's regiment vanished in the air. It's true, it contained some sad news, but nothing to be compared with the frightful accounts which had been rife in the neighborhood. I have that old letter in my possession now. Soon after the battle, Governor Richard Yates of Illinois, Governor Louis P. Harvey of Wisconsin, and many other civilians came down from the north to look after the comfort of the sick and wounded soldiers of their respective states. The 16th Wisconsin Infantry was camped next to us, and I learned one afternoon that Governor Harvey was to make a speech that evening after dress parade, and I went over to hear him. The Wisconsin regiment did not turn out in military formation, just gathered around him in a dense group under a grove of trees. The governor sat on a horse while making his speech. He wore a large, broad-brimmed hat, his coat was buttoned to the chin, and he had big buckskin gauntlets on his hands. He was a fine-looking man, heavy-set, and about 42 years old. His remarks were not lengthy, but were patriotic and eloquent. I remember especially how he complimented the Wisconsin soldiers for their good conduct in battle, that their state was proud of them, and that he, as governor, intended to look after them and care for them to the very best of his ability as long as he was in office, and that when the time came for him to relinquish that trust, he would still remember them with interest and the deepest affection. His massive frame heaved with the intensity of his feelings as he spoke, and he impressed me as being absolutely sincere in all that he said, but he little knew nor apprehended the sad and lamentable fate then pending over him. Only a few evenings later, as he was crossing the gangplank between two steamboats at the landing, in some manner he fell from the plank and was sucked under the boats by the current, and drowned. Some days later a negro found his body lodged against some drift near our side of the river, and he brought it in his old cart inside our lines. From papers on the body and other evidence, it was conclusively identified as that of Governor Harvey. The remains were shipped back to Wisconsin, where they were given a largely attended and impressive funeral. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Story of a Common Soldier of Army Life in the Civil War, 1861-1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Story of a Common Soldier of Army Life in the Civil War, 1861-1865, by Leander Stillwell. Chapter 5. The Siege of Corinth. In camp at Owl Creek, April and May, 1862. A few days after the battle, General H. W. Halleck came down from St. Louis and assumed command of the Union forces in the field near Pittsburgh Landing. Then or soon thereafter began the so-called Siege of Corinth. We mighty near dug up all the country within 8 or 10 miles of that place in the progress of this movement, in the construction of forts, long lines of breastworks, and such like. Halleck was a book soldier, and had a high reputation during the war as a profound strategist and great military genius in general. In fact, in my opinion, and which I think is sustained by history, he was a humbug and a fraud. His idea seemed to be that our war should be conducted strictly in accordance with the methods of the old Napoleonic wars of Europe, which in the main were not at all adapted to our time and conditions. Moreover, he seemed to be totally deficient in sound, practical common sense. Soon after the Confederates evacuated Corinth, he was transferred to Washington to serve in a sort of advisory capacity, and spent the balance of the war period in a swivel chair in an office. He never was in a battle, and never heard a gun fired, except distant cannonading during the Corinth business, and maybe at Washington in the summer of 1864. During the operations against Corinth, the 61st made some short marches, and was shifted around from time to different places. About the middle of May we were sent to a point on Owl Creek, in the right rear of the main army. Our duty there was to guard against any possible attack from that direction, and our main employment was throwing up breastworks and standing picket, and all this time the sick list was frightfully large. The chief trouble was our old enemy, camp diarrhea, but there were also other types of diseases, malaria and the like. As before stated, the boys had not learned how to cook, nor to take proper care of themselves, and to this ignorance can be attributed much of the sickness. And the weather was rainy, the camps were muddy and gloomy, and about this time many of the boys had homesickness bad. A genuine case of downright homesickness is most depressing. I had some touches of it myself, so I can speak from experience. The poor fellows would sit around in their tents and whine and talk about home, and what good things they would have there to eat, and kindred subjects, until apparently they lost every spark of energy. I kept away from such cases all I could, for their talk was demoralizing. But one rainy day while in camp at Owl Creek, I was in our big Sibley tent, when some of the boys got well started on their pet topics. It was a dismal day. The rain was pattering down on the tent and dripping from the leaves of the big oak trees in the camp, while inside the tent everything was damp and moldy, and didn't smell good either. "Jim," says one, "I wish I could jest be down on Coon Creek today, and take dinner with old Bill Williams. I'll tell you what I'd have. First, a big slice of fried ham, with plenty of rich brown gravy, with them light, fluffy hot biscuits that Bill's wife could cook so well. And then I'd want some big baked Irish taters, red hot and all mealy, and then— "Yes, Jack," interrupted Jim, "I've et at old Bill's lots of times, and wouldn't I like to be with you. You know, old Bill always mass-fed the hogs he put up for his own eatin'. They just fattened on hickory nuts and big white and bur oak acorns. And he'd smoke his meat with hickory wood smoke, and, oh, that meat was just so sweet and nutty like. Why, the meat of corn-fed hogs was nowhere in comparison." "Yes, Jim," continued Jack, "and then I'd want with the biscuits and taters plenty of that rich yaller butter that Bill's wife made herself with her own hands. And then, you know, Bill always had lots of honey, and I'd spread honey and butter on one of them biscuits, and don't you remember, Jack," chimed in Jim, "the mince pies Bill's wife could make? They were just stuffed with raisins and all manner of goodies, and—" But here I left the tent in disgust. I wanted to say, "Oh, hell," as I went out, but refrained. The poor fellows were feeling bad enough anyhow, and it wouldn't have helped matters to make sarcastic remarks. But I preferred the shelter of a big tree, and enduring the rain that filtered through the leaves, rather than listen to this distracting talk of Jack and Jim about the flesh pots of old Bill Williams. But while on the subject, I believe I'll tell you about a royal dinner I had myself while the regiment was near Pittsburg Landing. It was a few days after the battle, while we were still at our old camp. I was detailed as corporal to take 6 men and go to the Landing and load 3 or 4 of our regimental wagons with army rations for our regiment. We reached the Landing about 10 o'clock, reported to the proper officer, who showed us our stuff, and we went to piling it into the wagons. It consisted of big slabs of fat-side bacon, sow belly, boxes of hardtack, sacks of rice, beans, coffee, sugar, and soap and candles. I had an idea that I ought to help in the work, and was trying to do so, although so weak from illness that it required some effort to walk straight. But a big, black-haired, black-bearded Irishman, Owen McGrath, of my company, one of the squad, objected. He laid a big hand kindly on my shoulder, and said, "Corporal, yez is not strong enough for this work, and yez don't have to do it either. Just give me the authority to superintend it, and you go sit down." "I guess you're right, McGrath," I answered, and then in a louder tone, for the benefit of the detail, "McGrath, you see to the loading of the grub. I am feeling a little out of sorts," which was true, "and I believe I'll take a rest." McGrath was about 30 years old and a splendid soldier. He had served a term in the British Army in the old country, and was fully onto his present job. I will tell another little story about him later. I sat down in the shade a short distance from my squad, with my back against some big sacks full of something. Suddenly I detected a pungent, most agreeable smell. It came from onions in the sack behind me. I took out my pocket knife and stealthily made a hole in that sack, and abstracted 2 big ones, and slipped them into my haversack. My conscience didn't trouble me a bit over the matter. I reckoned those onions were hospital goods, but I thought I needed some just as much as anybody in the hospital, which was probably correct. I had asked Captain Reddish that morning if, when the wagons were loaded, I could send them on to camp and return at my leisure in the evening, and the kind-hearted old man had given a cheerful consent. So, when the teams were ready to start back, I told McGrath to take charge, and to see that the stuff was delivered to our quartermaster, or the commissary sergeant. And then I shifted for myself, planning for the good dinner that was in prospect. There were many steamboats lying at the Landing. I selected one that looked inviting, went on board, and sauntered aft to the cook's quarters. It was near dinner time, and the grub dispenser was in the act of taking from his oven a number of nice cakes of cornbread. I sidled up to him, and displayed the dime the cavalryman had given me for those apples, asked him in a discreetly low tone if he would let me have a cake of cornbread. He gave me a friendly grin, pushed a cake towards me. I slipped it in my haversack and handed him the dime. Now I was fixed. I went ashore and down the river for a short distance to a spring I knew of that bubbled from the ground near the foot of a big beech tree. It did not take long to build a little fire and make coffee in my oyster can of a quart's capacity with a wire bail attachment. Then a slice of sow belly was toasted on a stick, the outer skin of the onions removed, and dinner was ready. Talk about your gastronomic feasts! I doubt if ever in my life I enjoyed a meal better than this one, under that old beech by the Tennessee River. The onions were big red ones and fearfully strong, but my system craved them so much that I just chomped them down as if they were apples, and every crumb of the cornbread was eaten too. Dinner over, I felt better, and roamed around the rest of the afternoon, sightseeing, and didn't get back to camp till nearly sundown. By the way, that spring and that beech tree are there yet, or were in October, 1914, when I visited the Shiloh battlefield. I hunted them up on this occasion and laid down on the ground and took a long, big drink out of the spring for the sake of old times. Taking up again the thread of our life in camp at Owl Creek, I will say that when there I was for a while in bad physical condition, and nearly all in. One day I accidentally overheard two intelligent boys of my company talking about me, and one said, "If Stillwell ain't sent north pretty soon, he's going to make a die of it," to which the other assented. That scared me good, and set me to thinking. I had no use for the hospital, wouldn't go there, and abominated the idea of taking medicine, but I was so bad off I was not marked for duty. My time was all my own, so I concluded to get out of camp as much as possible and take long walks in the big woods. I found a place down on the creek between two picket posts where it was easy to sneak through and get out into the country, and I proceeded to take advantage of it. It was where a big tree had fallen across the stream, making a sort of natural bridge, and I run the line there many a time. It was delightful to get out into the clean, grand old woods, and away from the mud and filth and bad smells of the camp, and my health began to improve. On some of these rambles, Frank Gates, a corporal of my company, was my companion. He was my senior a few years, a lively fellow with a streak of humor in him, and was good company. One day, on one of our jaunts, we came to a little old log house near the foot of a densely timbered ridge. There was nobody at home save some women and children, and one of the women was engaged on an old-fashioned churn, churning butter. Mulberries were ripe, and there was a large tree in the yard fairly black with the ripe fruit. We asked the women if we could eat some of the berries, and they gave a cheerful consent. Thereupon Frank and I climbed the tree and proceeded to help ourselves. The berries were big, dead ripe, and tasted mighty good, and we just stuffed ourselves until we could hold no more. The churning was finished by the time we descended from the tree, and we asked for some buttermilk. The women gave us a gourd dipper and told us to help ourselves, which we did, and drank copiously and greedily. We then resumed our stroll, but before long were seized with most horrible pains in our stomachs. We laid down on the ground and rolled over and over in agony. It was a hot day. We had been walking rapidly, and it is probable that the mulberries and the buttermilk were in a state of insurrection. But Frank didn't think so. As he rolled over the ground with his hands on his bulging stomach, he exclaimed to me, "Levi dash, I believe them dash Secesh women have poisoned us." At the time I hardly knew what to think, but relief came at last. I will omit the details. When able to navigate, we started back to camp, almost as weak and helpless as a brace of sick kittens. After that I steered clear of any sort of combination of berries and buttermilk. Soon after this Frank and I had another adventure outside the picket lines, but of an amusing nature only. We came to an old log house where, as usual at this time and locality, the only occupants were women and children. The family consisted of the middle-aged mother, a tall, slab-sided, long-legged girl, seemingly 16 or 17 years old, and some little children. Their surname was Ledbetter, which I have always remembered by reason of the incident I will mention. The house was a typical pioneer cabin, with a puncheon floor which was uneven, dirty, and splotched with grease. The girl was barefooted and wearing a dirty white sort of cotton gown of the modern Mother Hubbard type that looked a good deal like a big gunny sack. From what came under my observation later, it can safely be stated that it was the only garment she had on. She really was not bad looking, only dirty and mighty slouchy. We wanted some butter, and asked the matron if she had any she could sell us. She replied that they were just going to churn, and if we'd wait until that was done, she could furnish us a little. We waited, and when the job was finished, handed the girl a pint tin cup we had brought along, which she proceeded to fill with the butter. As she walked toward us to hand over the cup, her bare feet slipped on a grease spot on the floor, and down she went on her back, with her gown distinctly elevated, and a prodigal display of limbs. At the same time the cup fell from her grasp, and the contents rolled out on the dirty floor, like melted lard. The girl arose to a sitting posture, surveyed the wreck, then laid down on one side, and exploded with laughter, and kicked. About this time her mother appeared on the scene. "Why, Sal Ledbetter," she exclaimed, "you dirty slut! Get a spoon and scrape that butter right up." Sal rose, cow fashion, to her feet, still giggling over the mishap, and the butter was duly "scraped up," restored to the cup, and this time safely delivered. We paid for the dairy product and left, but I told Frank I wanted none of it in mine. Frank responded in substance that it was all right, every man had to eat his peck of dirt in his lifetime anyway, and the incident was closed. I never again saw nor heard of the Ledbetter family from that day, but have often wondered what finally became of poor Sal. While we were at Owl Creek, the medical authorities of the Army put in operation a method for the prevention and cure of malaria that was highly popular with some of the boys. It consisted of a gill of whiskey, largely compounded with quinine, and was given to each man before breakfast. I drank my first "jigger," as it was called, and then quit. It was too intensely bitter for my taste, and I would secretly slip my allowance to John Barton or Frank Burnham, who would have drunk it, I reckon, if it had been 1/2 aquafortis. I happened to be mixed up in an incident rather mortifying to me when the first whiskey rations were brought to the regimental hospital in our camp for use in the above manner. The quartermaster came to Captain Reddish and handed him a requisition for 2 camp kettlefuls of whiskey, and told him to give it to 2 non-commissioned officers of his company who were strictly temperate and absolutely reliable, and order them to go to the division commissary headquarters, get the whiskey, bring it to camp, and deliver it to him, the quartermaster. Captain Reddish selected for this delicate duty Corporal Tim Gates, a brother of Frank above mentioned, and myself. Tim was about 10 years my senior, a tall, slim fellow, and somewhat addicted to stuttering when he became nervous or excited. Well, we each procured a big camp kettle, went and got the whiskey, and started back with it to camp. On the way we passed through a space where a large number of army wagons were parked, and when we were in about the middle of the park were then out of sight of everybody. Here Tim stopped, looked carefully around to see if the coast was clear, and then said, "Stillwell, let's take a swig." "All right," I responded, whereupon Tim poised his camp kettle on a wagon hub, inclined the brim to his lips, and took a most copious draught, and I followed suit. When we started on, and it was lucky, for me at any rate, that we didn't have far to go, I hadn't previously during my Army career taken a swallow of whiskey since one time at Camp Carrollton. I was weak and feeble, and this big drink of the stuff went through my veins like electricity. Its effects were felt almost instantly, and by the time we reached camp and had delivered the whiskey, I was feeling a good deal like a wild Indian on the warpath. I wanted to yell, to get my musket and shoot, especially at something that when hit would jingle, a looking-glass, an 8-day clock, or a boat's chandelier, or something similar. But it suddenly occurred to me that I was drunk and liable to forever disgrace myself, and everybody at home too. I had just enough sense left to know that the thing to do was to get out of camp at once, so I struck for the woods. In passing the tent of my squad, I caught a glimpse of Tim therein. He had thrown his cap and jacket on the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and was furiously challenging another fellow to then and there settle an old-time grudge by the ordeal of battle. I didn't tarry, but hurried on the best I could, finally got into a secluded patch of brush and tumbled down. I came to my senses along late in the evening with a splitting headache and feeling awful generally, but reasonably sober. And such was the conduct, when trusted with whiskey, of the two non-commissioned officers of Company D, men who were strictly temperate and absolutely reliable. But Tim had no trouble about his break. I suppose he gave some plausible explanation, and as for me, I had lived up to the standard so far as the public knew, and maintained a profound silence in regard to the episode. Tim and I, in private conversation or otherwise, both carefully avoided the subject until the time came when we could talk and laugh about it without any danger of tarnishing our escutcheons. In the meantime, the alleged siege of Corinth was proceeding in the leisurely manner that characterized the progress of a suit in chancery under the ancient equity methods. From our camp on Owl Creek we could hear, from time to time, sporadic outbursts of cannonading, but we became so accustomed to it that the artillery practice ceased to excite any special attention. The Confederates began quietly evacuating the place during the last days of May, completed the operation on the 30th of the month, and on the evening of that day our troops marched into the town unopposed. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Story of a Common Soldier of Army Life in the Civil War, 1861-1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Story of a Common Soldier of Army Life in the Civil War, 1861-1865, by Leander Stillwell. Chapter 6, Bethel, Jackson, June and July, 1862. Soon after our occupation of Corinth, a change in the position of our forces took place, and all the command at Owl Creek was transferred to Bethel, a small station on the Mobile and Ohio Railroad, some 20 or 25 miles to the northwest. We left Owl Creek on the morning of June 6th, and arrived at Bethel about dark the same evening. Thanks to my repeated long walks in the woods outside of our lines, I was in pretty fair health at this time, but still somewhat weak and shaky. On the morning we took up the line of march, while waiting for the "fall in" call, I was seated at the foot of a big tree in camp, with my knapsack packed at my side. Enoch Wallace came to me and said, "Stillwell, are you going to try to carry your knapsack?" I answered that I reckoned I had to, that I had asked Henry King, our company teamster, to let me put it in his wagon, and he wouldn't, said he already had too big a load. Enoch said nothing more, but stood silently looking down at me a few seconds, then picked up my knapsack and threw it into our wagon, which was close by, saying to King as he did so, "Haul that knapsack." And it was hauled. I shall never forget this act of kindness on the part of Enoch. It would have been impossible for me to have made the march carrying the knapsack. The day was hot, and much of the road was over sandy land, and through long stretches of blackjack barrens that excluded every breath of a breeze. The men suffered much on the march, and fell out by scores. When we stacked arms at Bethel that evening, there were only 4 men of Company D in line, just enough to make 1 stack of guns, but my gun was in the stack. There was no earthly necessity for making this march in 1 day. We were simply changing stations. The Confederate army of that region was down in Mississippi, 100 miles or so away, and there were no armed foes in our vicinity, excepting some skulking bands of guerrillas. Prior to this our regiment had made no marches, except little short movements during the siege of Corinth, none of which exceeded 2 or 3 miles. And nearly all the men were weak and debilitated by reason of the prevailing type of illness, and in no condition whatever to be cracked through 20 miles or more on a hot day. We should have marched only about 10 miles the first day, with a halt of about 10 minutes every hour to let the men rest a little and get their wind. Had that course been pursued, we would have reached our destination in good shape, with the ranks full, and the men would have benefited by the march. As it was, it probably caused the death of some and the permanent disabling of more. The trouble at that time was the total want of experience on the part of most of our officers of all grades, combined with an amazing lack of common sense by some of high authority. I am not blaming any of our regimental officers for this foolish forced march, for it amounted to that. The responsibility rested higher up. Our stay at Bethel was brief and uneventful. However, I shall always remember the place on account of a piece of news that came to me while we were there, and which for a time nearly broke me all up. It will be necessary to go back some years in order to explain it. I began attending the old stone schoolhouse at Otter Creek when I was about 8 years old. One of my schoolmates was a remarkably pretty little girl, with blue eyes and auburn hair, nearly my own age. We kept about the same place in our studies, and were generally in the same classes. I always liked her, and by the time I was about 15 years old, was head over heels in love. She was far above me in the social scale of the neighborhood. Her folks lived in a frame house on the other side of the creek, and were well-to-do for that time and locality. My people lived in a log cabin, on a little farm in the broken country that extended from the south bank of Otter Creek to the Mississippi and Illinois rivers. But notwithstanding the difference in our respective social and financial positions, I knew she had a liking for me, and our mutual relations became quite tender and interesting. Then the war came along. I enlisted and went south. We had no correspondence after I left home. I was just too deplorably bashful to attempt it, and on general principles didn't have sense enough to properly carry on a proceeding of that nature. It may be that here was where I fell down, but I thought about her every day, and had many boyish daydreams of the future in which she was the prominent figure. Soon after our arrival at Bethel, I received a letter from home. I hurriedly opened it, anxious as usual to hear from the folks, and sitting down at the foot of a tree began reading it. All went well to nearly the close, when I read these fatal words: "Billy Crane and Lucy Archer got married last week." The above names are fictitious, but the bride was my girl. I can't explain my feelings. If you ever have had such an experience, you will understand. I stole a hurried glance around to see if anybody was observing my demeanor, then thrust the letter into my jacket pocket and walked away. Not far from our camp was a stretch of swampy land, thickly set with big cypress trees, and I bent my steps in that direction. Entering the forest, I sought a secluded spot, sat down on an old log, and read and reread that heartbreaking piece of intelligence. There was no mistaking the words. They were plain, laconic, and nothing ambiguous about them. And to intensify the bitterness of the draught, it may be set down here that the groom was a duddish young squirt, a clerk in a country store, who lacked the pluck to go for a soldier, but had stayed at home to count eggs and measure calico. In my opinion, he was not worthy of the girl, and I was amazed that she had taken him for a husband. I remember well some of my thoughts as I sat with bitterness in my heart, alone among those gloomy cypresses. I wanted a great big battle to come off at once, with the 61st Illinois right in front, that we might run out of cartridges, and the order would be given to fix bayonets and charge. Like Major Simon Suggs, in depicting the horrors of an apprehended Indian war, I wanted to see blood flow in a great gulging torrent, like the Tallapoosa River. Well, it was simply a case of pure, intensely ardent boy love, and I was hit hard, but survived, and now I heartily congratulate myself on the fact that this youthful shipwreck ultimately resulted in my obtaining for a wife the very best woman, excepting only my mother, that I ever knew in my life. I never again met my youthful flame to speak to her, and saw her only once, and then at a distance, some years after the close of the war, when I was back in Illinois on a visit to my parents. Several years ago her husband died, and in the course of time she married again, this time a man I never knew, and the last I heard of or concerning her, she and her second husband were living somewhere in one of the Rocky Mountain states. For a short time after the evacuation of Corinth, Pittsburgh Landing continued to be our base of supplies, and commissary stores were wagoned from there to the various places where our troops were stationed. And it happened, while the regiment was at Bethel, that I was one of a party of about 100 men detailed to serve as guards for a wagon train destined for the Landing, and return to Bethel with army rations. There was at the Landing at this time, serving as guards for the government stores, a regiment of infantry. There were only a few of them visible, and they looked pale and emaciated, and much like dead men on their feet. I asked one of them what regiment was stationed there, and he told me it was the 14th Wisconsin Infantry. This was the one I had seen at Benton Barracks, and admired so much on account of the splendid appearance of the men. I mentioned this to the soldier, and expressed to him my surprise to now see them in such bad shape. He went on to tell me that the men had suffered fearfully from the change of climate, the water, and their altered conditions in general, that they had nearly all been prostrated by camp diarrhea, and at that time there were not more than 100 men in the regiment fit for duty, and even those were not much better than the shadows of their former selves. And judging from the few men that were visible, the soldier told the plain, unvarnished truth. Our regiment and the 14th Wisconsin soon drifted apart, and I never saw it again, but as a matter of history, I will say that it made an excellent and distinguished record during the war. On June 16th, our brigade left Bethel for Jackson, Tennessee, a town on the Mobile and Ohio Railroad, and about 35 or 40 miles by the dirt road northwest of Bethel. On this march, like the preceding one, I did not carry my knapsack. It was about this time that most of the boys adopted the blanket roll system. Our knapsacks were awkward, cumbersome things, with a combination of straps and buckles that chafed the shoulders and back, and greatly augmented heat and general discomfort. So we would fold in our blankets an extra shirt, with a few other light articles, roll the blanket tight, double it over, and tie the two ends together, then throw the blanket over one shoulder, with the tied ends under the opposite arm, and the arrangement was complete. We had learned by this time the necessity of reducing our personal baggage to the lightest possible limit. We had left Camp Carrollton with great bulging knapsacks stuffed with all sorts of plunder, much of which was utterly useless to soldiers in the field. But we soon got rid of all that, and my recollection is that after the Bethel march the great majority of the men would, in some way, when on a march, temporarily lay aside their knapsacks and use the blanket roll. The exceptions to that method, in the main, were the soldiers of foreign birth, especially the Germans. They carried theirs to the last on all occasions, with everything in them the army regulations would permit, and usually something more. Jackson, our objective point on this march, was the county seat of Madison County, and a portion of our line of march was through the south part of the county. This region had a singular interest for me, the nature of which I will now state. Among the few books we had at home was an old paper-covered copy, with horrible woodcuts, of a production entitled The Life and Adventures of John A. Murrell, the Great Western Land Pirate, by Virgil A. Stewart. It was full of accounts of cold-blooded, depraved murders, and other vicious, unlawful doings. My father had known, in his younger days, a good deal of Murrell by reputation, which was probably the moving cause for his purchase of the book. When a little chap, I frequently read it, and it possessed for me a sort of weird, uncanny fascination. Murrell's home, and the theater of many of his evil deeds during the year 1834, and for some time previously, was in this county of Madison, and as we trudged along the road on this march, I scanned all the surroundings with deep interest and close attention. Much of the country was rough and broken, and densely wooded, with high ridges and deep ravines between them. With the aid of a lively imagination, many places I noticed seemed like fitting localities for acts of violence and crime. I have in my possession now, bought many years ago, a duplicate of that old copy of Murrell we had at home. I sometimes look into it, but it no longer possesses for me the interest it did in my boyhood days. On this march I was a participant in an incident which was somewhat amusing and also a little bit irritating. Shortly before noon of the first day, Jack Medford of my company and myself concluded we would straggle and try to get a country dinner. Availing ourselves of the first favorable opportunity, we slipped from the ranks and struck out. We followed an old country road that ran substantially parallel to the main road on which the column was marching, and soon came to a nice-looking old log house standing in a grove of big native trees. The only people at the house were two middle-aged women and some children. We asked the women if we could have some dinner, saying that we would pay for it. They gave an affirmative answer, but their tone was not cordial, and they looked daggers. Dinner was just about prepared, and when all ready we were invited, with evident coolness, to take seats at the table. We had a splendid meal, consisting of cornbread, new Irish potatoes, boiled bacon and greens, butter and buttermilk. Compared with sow belly and hardtack, it was a feast. Dinner over, we essayed to pay therefor. Their charge was something less than $1 for both of us, but we had not the exact change. The smallest denomination of money either of us had was $1 greenback, and the women said they had no money at all to make change. Thereupon we proffered them the entire $1. They looked at it askance, and asked if we had any Southern or Confederate money. We said we had not, that this was the only kind of money we had. They continued to look exceedingly sour, and finally remarked that they were unwilling to accept any kind of money except Southern. We urged them to accept the bill, told them it was United States money, and that it would pass readily in any place in the South occupied by our soldiers. But no, they were obdurate, and declined the greenback with unmistakable scorn. Of course we kept our temper. It never would have done to be saucy or rude after getting such a good dinner, but for my part I felt considerably vexed. There was nothing left to do except thank them heartily for their kindness, and depart. From their standpoint, their course in the matter was actuated by the highest and most unselfish patriotism, but naturally we couldn't look at it in that light. I will say here, with malice towards none, and with charity for all, that in my entire sojourn in the South during the war, The women were found to be more intensely bitter and malignant against the old government of the United States and the national cause in general than were the men. Their attitude is probably another illustration of the truth of Kipling's saying, "The female of the species is more deadly than the male." We arrived at Jackson on the evening of June 17th, and went into camp on the outskirts of the town, in a beautiful grove of tall young oaks. The site was neither too shady nor too sunny, and, all things considered, I think it was about the nicest camping ground the regiment had during its entire service. We settled down here to a daily round of battalion drill, being the first of that character, as I now remember, we had so far had. A battalion drill is simply one where the various companies are handled as a regimental unit, and are put through regimental evolutions. Battalion drill at first was frequently very embarrassing to some commanding officers of companies. The regimental commander would give a command, indicating in general terms the movement desired, and it was then the duty of a company commander to see to the details of the movement that his company should make, and give the proper orders. Well, sometimes he would be badly stumped, and ludicrous bobbles would be the result. As for the men in the ranks, battalion drill was as simple as any other, for we only had to obey specific commands which indicated exactly what we were to do. To form square, an antique disposition against cavalry, was a movement that was especially trying to some company officers. But so far as forming square was concerned, all our drill on that feature was time thrown away. In actual battle we never made that disposition a single time, and the same is true of several other labored and intricate movements prescribed in the tactics, and which we were industriously put through. But it was good exercise, and all went in the day's work. While thus amusing ourselves at battalion drill, suddenly came marching orders, and which required immediate execution. Tents were forthwith struck, rolled and tied, and loaded in the wagons, with all other camp and garrison equipage. Our knapsacks were packed with all our effects, since special instructions had been given on that matter. Curiosity was the qui vive to know where we were going, but apart from the fact that we were to be transported on the cars, apparently nobody knew whither we were bound. Colonel Fry was absent, sick, and Major Orr was then in command of the regiment. He was a fine officer, and withal a very sensible man, and I doubt if any one in the regiment except himself had reliable knowledge as to our ultimate destination. As soon as our marching preparations were complete, which did not take long, the bugle sounded "Fall in," and the regiment formed in line on the parade ground. In my mind's eye I can now see Major Orr in our front, on his horse, his blanket strapped behind his saddle, smoking his little briar-root pipe, and looking as cool and unconcerned as if we were only going a few miles for a change of camp. Our entire brigade fell in, and so far as we could see or learn, all of the division at Jackson, then under the command of General John A. McClelland, was doing likewise. Well, we stood there in line, at ordered arms, and waited. We expected every moment to hear the orders which would put us in motion, but they were never given. Finally we were ordered to stack arms and break ranks, but were cautioned to hold ourselves in readiness to fall in at the tap of the drum. But the day wore on, and nothing was done until late in the evening, when the summons came. We rushed to the gun stacks and took arms. The Major had a brief talk with the company officers, and then, to our great surprise, the companies were marched back to their dismantled camps, and after being instructed to stay close thereto, were dismissed. This state of affairs lasted for at least 2 days, and then collapsed. We were told that the orders had been countermanded. We unloaded our tents, pitched them again on the old sites, and resumed battalion drill. It was then gossiped around among the boys that we actually had been under marching orders for Virginia to reinforce the Army of the Potomac. Personally, I looked on that as mere camp talk, and put no confidence in it. and never found out until about 15 years later that this rumor was a fact. I learned it in this wise. About 9 years after the close of the war, Congress passed an act providing for the publication in book form of all the records, reports, correspondence, and the like, of both the Union and Confederate armies. Under this law, about 130 large volumes were published containing the matter above stated. When the law was passed, I managed to arrange to procure a set of these records, and they were sent to me from Washington as fast as printed. And from one of these volumes I ascertained that on June 28, 1862, E. M. Stanton, the Secretary of War, had telegraphed General Halleck, who was then in command of the Western armies, as follows: quote, "It is absolutely necessary for you immediately to detach 25,000 of your force and send it by the nearest and quickest route by way of Baltimore and Washington to Richmond. This is rendered imperative by a serious reverse suffered by General McClellan before Richmond yesterday, the full extent of which is not known." End quote. Rebellion Records, Series 1, Volume 16, Part 2, pages 69 and 70. In obedience to the above, General Halleck wired General McClellan on June 30th as follows: quotes, "You will collect as rapidly as possible all the infantry regiments of your division, and take advantage of every train to transport them to Columbus, Kentucky, and thence to Washington City." End quote. But that same day, June 30th, a telegram was sent by President Lincoln to General Halleck, which operated to revoke the foregoing order of Stanton's, and so the 61st Illinois never became a part of the Army of the Potomac, and for which I am very thankful. That army was composed of brave men, and they fought long and well, but in my opinion, and which I think is sustained by history, they never had a competent commander until they got U.S. Grant. So, up to the coming of Grant, their record, in the main, was a series of bloody disasters, and their few victories, like Antietam and Gettysburg, were not properly and energetically followed up as they should have been, and hence were largely barren of adequate results. Considering these things, I have always somehow felt it in my bones that if Mr. Lincoln had not sent the brief telegram above mentioned, I would now be sleeping in some probably unmarked and unknown grave away back in old Virginia. While at Jackson, an incident occurred while I was on picket in which Owen McGrath, the big Irishman I have previously mentioned, played an interesting part. As corporal, I had 3 men under me, McGrath being one, and the others were a couple of big, burly young fellows belonging to Company A. Our post was on the railroad, a mile or 2 from the outskirts of Jackson, and where the picket line for some distance ran practically parallel with the railroad. The spot at this post where the picket stood when on guard was at the top of a bank on the summit of a slight elevation, just at the edge of a deep and narrow railroad cut. A bunch of guerrillas had recently been operating in that locality and making mischief on a small scale, and our orders were to be vigilant and on the alert, especially at night. McGrath was on duty from 6 to 8 in the evening, and on the latter hour I notified one of the Company A men that his turn had come. The weather was bad, a high wind was blowing, accompanied by a drizzling rain, and all signs portended a stormy night. The Company A fellow buckled on his cartridge box, picked up his musket, and gave a scowling glance at the surroundings. Then, with much profanity, he declared he wasn't going to stand up on that bank. He was going down into the cut, where he could have some shelter from the wind and rain. I told him that would never do, that there he could see nothing in our front and might as well not be on guard at all, but he loudly announced his intention to stick to his purpose. The other Company A man chimed in, and with many expletives, declared that Bill was right, that he intended to stand in the cut too when his time came, that he didn't believe there was a Secesh within 100 miles of us anyway, and so on. I was sorely troubled and didn't know what to do. They were big, hulking fellows, and either could have just smashed me with one hand tied behind him. McGrath had been intently listening to the conversation, and saying nothing, but as matters were evidently nearing a crisis, he now took a hand. Walking up to the man who was to relieve him, he laid the forefinger of his right hand on the fellow's breast, and looking him square in the eyes, spoke thus: "It's the orders of the corporal that the sentries stand here," indicating, "and the corporal's orders will be obeyed. Do you mind that, now?" I had stepped to the side of McGrath while he was talking, to give him my moral support at least, and fixed my eyes on the mutineer. He looked at us in silence a second or two, and then, with some muttering about the corporal being awful particular, finally said he could stand it if the rest could, assumed his post at the top of the bank, and the matter was ended. The storm blew over before midnight, and the weather cleared up. In the morning we had a satisfying soldier breakfast, and when relieved at 9 o'clock, marched back to camp with the others of the old guard, all in good humor, and with peace and harmony prevailing. But I always felt profoundly grateful to grand old McGrath for his staunch support on the foregoing occasion. Without it, I don't know what could have been done. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Story of a Common Soldier of Army Life in the Civil War, 1861-1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Story of a Common Soldier of Army Life in the Civil War, 1861-1865, by Leander Stillwell. Chapter 7. Bolivar, July, August, and September, 1862. On July 17th, our brigade, then under the command of General L.F. Ross, left Jackson for Bolivar, Tennessee, a town about 28 miles southwest of Jackson, on what was then called the Mississippi Central Railroad. Here I will observe that the sketch of the regiment before mentioned in the Illinois Adjutant General's reports is wrong as to the date of our departure from Jackson. It is inferable from the statement in the reports that the time was June 17th, which really was the date of our arrival there from Bethel. We started from Jackson at about 4 o'clock in the morning, but marched only about 8 miles when we were brought to an abrupt halt, caused by the breaking down, under the weight of a cannon and its carriage, of an ancient Tennessee bridge over a little stream. The nature of the crossing was such that the bridge simply had to be rebuilt and made strong enough to sustain the artillery and army wagons, and it took the balance of the day to do it. We therefore bivouacked at the point where we stopped until the next morning. Soon after the halt a hard rain began falling, and lasted all afternoon. We had no shelter, and just had to take it and let it rain, but it was the middle of the summer, the weather was hot, and the boys stood around, some crowing like chickens and others quacking like ducks, and really seemed to rather enjoy the situation. About the only drawback resulting from our being caught out in the summer rains was the fact that the water would rust our muskets. In our time we were required to keep all their metal parts, except the butt plate, as bright and shining as new silver dollars. I have put in many an hour working on my gun with an old rag and powdered dirt, and a corn cob or a pine stick, polishing the barrel, the bands, lock plate, and trigger guard, until they were fit to pass inspection. The inside of the barrel we would keep clean by the use of a greased wiper and plenty of hot water. In doing this we would ordinarily, with our screwdrivers, take the gun to pieces, and remove from the stock all metallic parts. I never had any head for machinery of any kind, but from sheer necessity, did acquire enough of the faculty to take apart and put together an army musket, and that is about the full extent of my ability in that line. We soon learned to take care of our pieces in a rain by thoroughly greasing them with a piece of bacon, which would largely prevent rust from striking in. We resumed our march to Bolivar early in the morning of the 18th. Our route was practically parallel with the railroad, crossing it occasionally. At one of these crossings, late in the afternoon, and when only 5 or 6 miles from Bolivar, I straggled again and took to the railroad. I soon fell in with 3 Company C boys who had done likewise. We concluded we would endeavor to get a country supper, and with that in view, an hour or so before sundown, went to a nice-looking farmhouse not far from the railroad, and made our wants known to the occupants. We had selected for our spokesman the oldest of our bunch, a soldier perhaps 25 years old, named Aleck Cope. He was something over 6 feet tall, and about as gaunt as a sandhill crane. He was barefooted, and his feet, in color and general appearance, looked a good deal like the flappers of an alligator. His entire garb on this occasion consisted of an old wool hat and his government shirt and drawers. The latter garment, like the cutty sark of witch Nanny in Tam O'Shanter, in longitude was sorely scanty, coming only a little below his knees, and both habiliments would have been much improved by a thorough washing. But in the duty assigned him he acquitted himself well with the people of the house, and they very cheerfully said they would prepare us a supper. They seemingly were well to do, as several colored men and women were about the premises, who, of course, were slaves. Soon were audible the death squawks of chickens in the barnyard, which we heard with much satisfaction. In due time supper was announced, and we seated ourselves at the table. And what a banquet we had! Fried chicken, nice hot biscuits, butter, buttermilk, honey, think of that! Preserved peaches, fresh cucumber pickles, and so forth. And a colored house girl moved back and forth behind us, keeping off the flies with a big peacock feather brush. Aleck Cope sat opposite me, and when the girl was performing that office for him, the situation looked so intensely ludicrous that I wanted to scream. Supper over, we paid the bill, which was quite reasonable, and went on our way rejoicing, and reached Bolivar soon after dark, about the same time the regiment did. But it will now be set down that this was the last occasion that I straggled on a march. A day or so after arriving at Bolivar, the word came to me in some way, I think from Enoch Wallace, that our first lieutenant, Dan Keeley, had spoken disapprovingly of my conduct in that regard. He was a young man about 25 years old, of education and refinement, and all things considered the best company officer we had. I was much attached to him, and I know that he liked me. Well, I learned that he had said, in substance, that a non-commissioned officer should set a good example to the men in all things, and that he hadn't expected of Stillwell that he would desert the ranks on a march. That settled the matter. My conduct had simply been thoughtless, without any shirking intentions, but I then realized that it was wrong, and, as already stated, straggled no more. We went into camp at Bolivar a little south of the town, in a grove of scattered big oak trees. A few days after our arrival, a good-sized body of Confederate cavalry, under the command of General Frank C. Armstrong, moved up from the south and began operating near Bolivar and vicinity. Our force there was comparatively small, and according to history we were, for a time, in considerable danger of being gobbled up, but of that we common soldiers knew nothing. Large details were at once put to work throwing up breastworks, while the men not on that duty were kept in line of battle, or with their guns in stack on the line, and strictly cautioned to remain close at hand and ready to fall in at the tap of a drum. This state of things continued for some days. Then the trouble would seemingly blow over, and later would break out again. While we were thus on the ragged edge, and expecting a battle almost any hour, a little incident occurred which somehow made on me a deep and peculiar impression. To explain it fully, I must go back to our first days at Pittsburgh Landing. A day or two after our arrival there, Lieutenant Keeley said to me that the regimental color guard, to consist of a sergeant and 8 corporals, was being formed, that Company D had been called on for a corporal for that duty, and that I should report to Major Orr for instructions. Naturally, I felt quite proud over this, and forthwith reported to the Major at his tent and stated my business. He looked at me in silence and closely for a few seconds, and then remarked, in substance, that I could go to my quarters, and, if needed, would be notified later. This puzzled me somewhat, but I supposed it would come out all right in due time. There was a corporal in our company to whom I will give a fictitious name, and call him Sam Cobb. He was a big, fine-looking fellow, and somewhere between 25 and 30 years old. And an hour or two after my dismissal by Major Orr, I heard Sam loudly proclaiming, with many fierce oaths, to a little group of Company D boys that he had been promoted, that he was a color corporal by . This announcement was accompanied by sundry vociferous statements in regard to Major Orr knowing exactly the kind of men to get to guard the colors of the regiment in time of battle, and so on, and so on. I heard all this with mortification and bitterness of spirit. The reason now dawned on me why I had been rejected. I was only a boy, rather small for my age, and at this time feeble in appearance. Major Orr, quite properly, wanted strong, stalwart, fine-looking men for the color guard. A little reflection convinced me that he was right, and could not be blamed for his action. But he found out later, in this particular case at least, that something more than a fine appearance was required to make a soldier. Only 2 or 3 days after Sam's promotion came the Battle of Shiloh, and at the very first volley the regiment received he threw down his gun and ran like a whipped cur. The straps and buckles of his cartridge box were new and stiff, so he didn't take the time to release them in the ordinary way, but whipped out his jackknife and cut them as he ran. I did not see this personally, but was told it by boys who did. We saw no more of Sam until after the battle, when he sneaked into camp with a fantastic story of getting separated from the regiment in a fallback movement, that he then joined another, fought both days, and performed prodigies of valor. But there were too many that saw the manner of his alleged separation for his story ever to be believed. I will now return to the Bolivar incident. While the Confederates were operating in the vicinity of this place, as above mentioned, the "Fall in" call was sounded one evening after dark, and the regiment promptly formed in line on the parade ground. We remained there an hour or so, when finally the command was given to stack arms, and the men were dismissed with orders to hold themselves in readiness to form in line on the parade grounds at a moment's warning. As I was walking back to our company quarters, Sam Cobb stepped up to me and took me to one side, under the shadow of a tall oak tree. It was a bright moonlight night, with some big fleecy clouds in the sky. "Stillwell," asked Sam, "do you think we are going to have a fight?" "I don't know, Sam," I answered, "but it looks very much like it. I reckon General Ross is not going out to hunt a fight. He prefers to stay here, protect the government stores, and fight on the defensive. If our cavalry can stand the Rebs off, then maybe they will let us alone. But if our cavalry are driven in, then look out." Sam held his head down and said nothing. As above stated, he was a grown man, and I was only a boy, but the thing that was troubling him was apparent from his demeanor, and I felt sorry for him. I laid a hand kindly on his shoulder and said, "And Sam, if we should have a fight, now try, old fellow, and do better than you did before." He looked up quickly. At that instant the moon passed from behind a big cloud and shone through a rift in the branches of the tree full in his face, which was as pale as death, and he said in a broken voice, "Stillwell, I'll run, I just know I'll run, by God, I can't help it." I deeply pitied the poor fellow, and talked to him a few minutes in the kindest manner possible, trying to reason him out of that sort of a feeling. But his case was hopeless. He was a genial, kind-hearted man, but simply a constitutional coward, and he doubtless told the truth when he said he couldn't help it. In the very next fight we were in he verified his prediction. I may say something about that further on. Since leaving Camp Carrollton, Company D had lost 2 sergeants, one by death from sickness, the other by discharge for disability, so while we were at Bolivar these vacancies were filled by appointments made by Major Orr, who was then commanding the regiment. In accordance with the custom in such matters, the appointments were announced in orders which were read on dress parade. As I now write, it is a little over 54 years since this event took place, but even now my heart beats faster as the fact is recalled that, as the adjutant read the list, there came the name, Corporal Leander Stillwell, Company D, to be 4th Sergeant. In the early part of August, 1862, while our regiment was at Bolivar, I cast my first vote, which was an illegal one, as then I was not quite 19 years old. The circumstances connected with my voting are not lengthy, so the story will be told. In the fall of 1861, the voters of the state of Illinois elected delegates to a constitutional convention, to frame and submit to the people a new constitution. A majority of the delegates so elected were Democrats, so they prepared a constitution in accordance with their political views. It therefore became a party measure, the Democrats supporting and the Republicans opposing it. By virtue of some legal enactment, all Illinois soldiers in the field who were lawful voters were authorized to vote on the question of the adoption of the proposed constitution. And so, on the day before indicated, the election for this purpose was held in our regiment. An election board was duly appointed, consisting of commissioned officers of the regiment. They fixed up under a big tree some hardtack boxes to serve for a table, and the proceedings began. I had no intention of voting, as I knew I had not the legal right. But Enoch Wallace came to me and suggested that I go up and vote. When I said I was not old enough, he simply laughed, and took me by the arm and marched me to the voting place. The manner of voting was by word of mouth. The soldier gave his name and stated that he was for or against the Constitution, as the case might be, and his vote was recorded. I voted against, and started away, no questions being asked me as to my age. But before getting out of hearing, I heard one of the board say, somewhat sotto voce, "That's a mighty young-looking voter." Captain Ilry of Company C, also on the board, responded carelessly in the same tone, "Oh, well, it's all right, he's a damn good soldier." That remark puffed me away up, and almost made me feel as if I had grown maybe 3 feet or more in as many seconds, and needed only a fierce mustache to be a match for one of Napoleon's old guard. And my vote was not the same as Ilry's either, as he was a Democrat and supporting the new Constitution. When the regiment was recruited, it was Democratic by a large majority, but under the enlightening experiences of the war, it had become Republican, and out of a total vote of about 250, it gave a majority against the new Constitution of 25. The final result was that the proposed Constitution was beaten by the home vote alone, which gave something over 16,000 majority against it. Consequently, the soldier vote, although heavily against the measure, cut no figure, as it was not needed, and my illegal exercise of the right of suffrage did neither good nor harm, and the incident has long since been barred by the statute of limitations. During the latter part of July and throughout August and September, things were lively and exciting at Bolivar, and in that region generally. There was a sort of feeling of trouble in the air most of the time. General Grant was in command in this military district, and he has stated in his memoirs that the most anxious period of the war to him was practically during the time above stated. But we common soldiers were not troubled with any such feeling. We were devoid of all responsibility except simply to look out for and take care of ourselves and do our duty to the best of our ability. And speaking for myself, I will say that this condition was one that was very full of comfort. We had no planning nor thinking to do, and the world could just wag as it willed. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Story of a Common Soldier of Army Life in the Civil War, 1861-1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Story of a Common Soldier of Army Life in the Civil War, 1861-1865, by Leander Stillwell. Chapter 8. Bolivar, the Movement to the Vicinity of Iuka, Mississippi, September-December, 1862. On September 16th, the regiment, with the rest of our brigade, left Bolivar on the cars, went to Jackson, and thence to Corinth, Mississippi, where we arrived about sundown. From here, still on the cars, we started east on the Memphis and Charleston Railroad. The train proceeded very slowly, and after getting about 7 or 8 miles from Corinth, it stopped, and we passed the rest of the night on the cars. Early next morning the train started, and we soon arrived at the little town of Burnsville, about 15 miles southeast of Corinth, where we left the cars and went into bivouac near the eastern outskirts of the town. On the morning of the 19th, before daylight, we marched about 2 miles east of Burnsville and formed in line of battle, facing the south, in thick woods consisting mainly of tall pines. It was talked among us that the Confederate pickets were only a short distance from our front, and it certainly looked like a battle was impending. By this time the military situation was pretty well understood by all of us. A Confederate force of about 8,000 men, under General Sterling Price, was in the town of Iuka, about 2 miles south of us, and General Grant and General Rosecrans had formulated a plan for attacking this force on 2 sides at once. General Rosecrans was to attack from the south, while our column, under the immediate command of General E.O.C. Ord, was to close in from the north. General Grant was on the field, and was with the troops on the north. The plan was all right, and doubtless would have succeeded, if the wind, on September 19th, 1862, in that locality, had been blowing from the south instead of the north. It is on such seemingly little things that the fate of battles, and sometimes that of nations, depends. General Rosecrans, on the afternoon of the 19th, encountered the enemy south of Iuka, had a severe battle, and was quite roughly handled. Only a few miles to the north was all of Ord's command, in line of battle, and expecting to go in every minute, but the order never came. So all day we just stood around in those pine woods, wondering what in the world was the matter. As already stated, the woods were dense, and the wind, blowing from the north, carried from us all sounds of the battle. I personally know this was the case. There were a few cannon shots next morning, fired by a battery in General Rosecrans's column, and those we distinctly heard from our position, and thought at the time they indicated a battle, but they were fired mainly as feelers and to ascertain if the enemy were present in force. But as stated, all day on the 19th we heard not a sound to indicate that a desperate battle was in progress only a few miles from our front. Early in the morning of the 19th I witnessed an incident that inspired in me my first deep-seated hatred of whiskey, and which has abided with me ever since. We had formed in line of battle, but the command had been given, "In place, rest," which we were allowed to give a liberal construction, and we were scattered around, standing or sitting down near the line. About this time 2 young assistant surgeons came from the rear, riding up the road on which the left of the regiment rested. They belonged to some infantry regiment of the division, but personally I didn't know them. They were both fool drunk. On reaching our line of battle they stopped, but kept in their saddles, pulling their horses about, playing smarty, and grinning and chattering like a brace of young monkeys. I looked at those drunk young fools and thought that, maybe in less than an hour, one of them might be standing over me, probing a bullet wound in one of my legs, and then and there promptly deciding the question whether the leg should be sawed off or whether it could be saved. And what kind of intelligent judgment on this matter, on which my life or death might depend, could this whiskey-crazed young gosling be capable of exercising? I felt so indignant at the condition and conduct of these men right on the eve of what we supposed might be a severe battle, and in which their care for the wounded would be required, that it almost seemed to me it would be doing the government good service to shoot both the galoots right on the spot. And there were other boys who felt the same way, who began making ominous remarks. The drunken young wretches seemed to have sense enough to catch the drift of something that was said. They put spurs to their horses and galloped off to the rear, and we saw them no more. On the morning of the 20th, some regiments of our division moved forward and occupied the town of Iuka, but General Price had in the meantime skipped out, so there was no fighting. Our regiment, with some others, remained in the original position, so that I never got to see the old town of Iuka until several years after the war. Sometime during the afternoon of the 20th, I went to Captain Reddish and said to him that I had become so tired of just standing around, and asked him if I could take a short stroll in the woods. The old man gave his consent, as I felt satisfied he would, but cautioned me not to go too far away. The main thing in view when I made the request was the hope of finding some wild muscadine grapes. They were plentiful in this section of the country, and were now ripe, and I wanted a bait. I think a wild muscadine grape is just the finest fruit of that kind in existence. When ripe, it has a strong and most agreeable fragrance, and when one is to the leeward of a vine loaded with grapes, and a gentle wind is blowing from the south, he is first made aware of their proximity by their grateful odor. I soon found some on this occasion, and they were simply delicious. Having fully satisfied my craving, I proceeded to make my way back to the regiment, when, hearing the trampling sound of cavalry, I hurried through the woods to the side of the road, reaching there just as the head of the column appeared. It was only a small body, not more than 100 or so, and there, riding at its head, was Grant. I had not seen him since the Battle of Shiloh, and I looked at him with intense interest. He had on an old sugarloaf hat, with limp, drooping brim, and his outer coat was the ordinary uniform coat, with a long cape of a private in the cavalry. His footgear was cavalry boots, splashed with mud, and the ends of his trousers legs were tucked inside the boots. No shoulder straps were visible, and the only evidence of rank about him that was perceptible consisted of a frayed and tarnished gold cord on his hat. He was looking downward as he rode by, and seemed immersed in thought. As the column passed along, I asked a soldier near the rear what troops they were, and he answered, "Company A, 4th Illinois Cavalry, General Grant's escort." This was the last time that I saw Grant during the war. On the evening of the 20th, the regiment was drawn back into Burnsville, and that night Company D bivouacked in the Harrison Hotel, which formerly had evidently been the principal hotel in the town. It was a rambling, roomy, old frame building, 2 stories and a half high, now vacant, stripped of all furniture, and with a thick layer of dust and dirt on the floors. We occupied a room on the 2nd floor that evidently had been the parlor. Being quartered in a hotel was a novel experience, and the boys got lots of fun out of it. One would call out, "Bill, ring the clerk to send up a pitcher of ice water, and to be quick about it," while another would say, "And while you're at it, tell him to note a special order from me for quail on toast for breakfast," and so on. But these pleasantries soon subsided, and it was not long before we were wrapped in slumber. It was a little after midnight, and I was sound asleep when I heard someone calling, "Sergeant Stillwell! Where is Sergeant Stillwell?" I sprang to my feet and answered, "Here! What's wanted?" The speaker came to me, and then I saw it was Lieutenant Goodspeed, who was acting as adjutant of the regiment. He proceeded to inform me that I was to take charge of a detail of 3 corporals and 12 men, and go to a point about a mile and a half east of Burnsville to guard a party of section men while clearing and repairing the railroad from a recent wreck. He gave me full instructions, and then said, "Stillwell, a lieutenant should go in charge of this detail, but all that I could find made pretty good excuses, and I think you'll do. It is a position of honor and responsibility, as there are some prowling bands of guerrillas in this vicinity, so be careful and vigilant." I was then acting as first sergeant, and really was exempt from this duty, but of course the idea of making that claim was not entertained for a moment. I took charge of my party, went to where the laborers were waiting for us with hand cars, and we soon arrived at the scene of the wreck. A day or 2 before our arrival at Burnsville, a party of Confederate cavalry had torn up the track at this point and wrecked and burnt a freight train. Some horses on the train had been killed in the wreck. Their carcasses were lying around and were rather offensive. The trucks and other ironwork of the cars were piled on the track, tangled up and all out of shape, some rails removed and others warped by heat, and things generally in a badly torn-up condition. The main dirt road forked here, one fork going diagonally to the right of the track and the other to the left, both in an easterly direction. I posted 3 men and a corporal about a quarter of a mile to the front on the track, a similar squad at the same distance on each fork of the dirt road, and the others at intervals on each side of the railroad at the place of the wreck. The laborers went to work with a will, and about the time the owls were hooting for day, the foreman reported to me that the track was clear, the rails replaced, and that they were ready to return to Burnsville. I then drew in my guards, we got on the handcars, and were soon back in town. And thus ended my first and only personal supervision of the work of repairing a break in a railroad. I barely had time to make my coffee and toast a piece of bacon when the bugle sounded "Fall in," and soon, that being the morning of September 21st, we started on the back track, and that day marched to Corinth. It so happened that on this march our regiment was at the head of the column. The proper place of my company, according to Army regulations, was the third from the right or head of the line, but from some cause, I never knew what, on that day we were placed at the head, and as I was then acting as first sergeant of our company, that put me, the head man, on foot. These details are mentioned for the reason that all that day I marched pretty close to the tail of the horse that General Ord was riding, and with boyish curiosity I scanned the old general closely. He was a graduate of West Point, and an old regular. He had served in the Florida and the Mexican wars, and he also had been in much scrapping with hostile Indians in the vicinity of the Pacific coast. He looked old to me, but really he was at this time only about 44 years of age. He certainly was indifferent to his personal appearance, as his garb was even plainer and more careless than Grant's. He wore an old battered felt hat with a flapping brim, and his coat was one of the old-fashioned, long-tailed, oilcloth wrap rascals then in vogue. It was all splattered with mud, with several big torn places in it. There was not a thing about him that I could see to indicate his rank. Later he was transferred to the Eastern armies, eventually was assigned to the command of the Army of the James, and took an active and prominent part in the operations that culminated in the surrender of Lee at Appomattox. We reached Corinth that evening, went into bivouac, and remained there a couple of days. On the morning of September 24th we fell in, marched down to the depot, climbed on cars, and were soon being whirled north to Jackson on the Mobile and Ohio Railroad. We arrived there about noon, and at once transferred to a train on the Mississippi Central track, and which forthwith started for Bolivar. I think the train we came on to Jackson went right back to Corinth to bring up more troops. We common soldiers could not imagine what this hurried rushing around meant, and it was some time before we found out. But history shows that Grant was much troubled about this time as to whether a threatened Confederate attack would be delivered at Corinth or at Bolivar. However, about the 22nd, the indications were that Bolivar would be assailed, and troops were at once brought from Corinth to resist this apprehended movement of the Confederates. This probably is a fitting place for something to be said about our method of traveling by rail during the Civil War, as compared with the conditions of the present day in that regard. At the time I am now writing, about 15,000 United States soldiers have recently been transported on the cars from different places in the interior of the country to various points adjacent to the Mexican border, for the purpose of protecting American interests, and it seems that in some cases the soldiers were carried in ordinary passenger coaches. Thereupon bitter complaints were made on behalf of such soldiers because Pullman sleepers were not used, and these complaints were effective, too, for according to the press reports of the time, the use of passenger coaches for such purposes was summarily stopped, and Pullmans were hurriedly concentrated at the places needed, and the soldiers went to war in them. Well, in our time, the old regiment was hauled over the country many times on trains, the extent of our travels in that manner aggregating hundreds and hundreds of miles, and such a thing as even ordinary passenger coaches for the use of the enlisted men was never heard of, and I have no recollection now that, during the war, any were provided for the use of the commissioned officers either, unless they were of pretty high rank. The cars that we rode in were the box or freight cars in use in those days. Among them were cattle cars, flat or platform cars, and in general every other kind of freight car that could be procured. We would fill the box cars, and, in addition, clamber upon the roofs thereof, and avail ourselves of every foot of space. And usually there was a bunch on the cow catchers. The engines used wood for fuel, and the screens of the smokestacks must have been very coarse, or maybe they had none at all, and the big cinders would patter down on us like hail. So, when we came to the journey's end, by reason of the cinders and soot, we were about as dirty and black as any regiment of sure enough colored troops that fought under the Union flag in the last years of the war. When the regiment was sent home in September 1865, some months after the war was over, the enlisted men made even that trip in our old friends the box cars. It is true that on this occasion there was a passenger coach for the use of the commissioned officers, and that is the only time that I ever saw such a coach attached to a train on which the regiment was taken anywhere. Now, don't misunderstand me. I am not kicking because more than a half a century after the close of the Civil War, Uncle Sam sent his soldier boys to the front in Pullmans. The force so sent was small, and the government could well afford to do it, and it was right. I just want you to know that in my time, when we rode, It wasn't any kind of an old freight car, and we were awful glad to get that. And now, on this matter, the words of Job are ended. The only railroad accident I ever happened to be in was one that befell our train as we were in the act of leaving Jackson on the afternoon of the 24th. There was a good deal of hurry and confusion when we got on the cars, and it looked like it was every fellow for himself. Jack Medford, my chum, and I were running along the side of the track looking for a favorable situation, when we came to a flat car about the middle of the train, as yet unoccupied. "Jack," said I, "let's get on this one." He was a little slow of speech. He stopped, looked, and commenced to say something, but his hesitation lost us the place, and was fraught with other consequences. Right at that moment a bunch of the 12th Michigan, on the other side of the track, piled on the car quicker than a flash, and took up all available room. Jack and I then ran forward and climbed on top of a box car, next to the tender of the engine, and soon after the train started. It had not yet got under full headway, and was going only about as fast as a man could walk, when, from some cause, the rails spread, and the first car to leave the rails was the flat above mentioned. But its trucks were bouncing along on the ties, and doubtless nobody would have been hurt had it not been for the fact that the car plunged into a cattle guard of the kind then in use. This guard was just a hole dug in the track, probably 4 or 5 feet deep, the same in length, and in width extending from rail to rail. Well, the front end of the car went down into that hole, and then the killing began. They stopped the train very quickly. The entire event couldn't have lasted more than half a minute, but that flat car was torn to splinters. 3 soldiers on it were killed dead, being frightfully crushed and mangled, and several more were badly injured. The men on the car jumped in every direction when the car began breaking up, and so the most of them escaped unhurt. If the train had been going at full speed, other cars would have been involved, and there is simply no telling how many would have been killed and wounded. On what little things does the fate of man sometimes depend! If, in response to my suggestion, Jack Medford had promptly said, "All right," we would have jumped on that flat car, and then would have been caught in the smash-up. But he took a mere fraction of time to look and think, and that brief delay was, perhaps, our temporal salvation. We arrived at Bolivar during the afternoon of the 24th, and reoccupied our old camp. The work of fortifying that place was pushed with renewed vigor, and strong lines of breastworks, with earthen forts at intervals, were constructed, which practically enclosed the entire town. But we never had occasion to use them. Not long after our return to Bolivar, General Grant became satisfied that the point the enemy would assail was Corinth, so the most of the troops at Bolivar were again started to Corinth to aid in repelling the impending attack. But this time they marched overland. Our regiment and 2 others, with some artillery, were left to garrison Bolivar, and so it came to pass that the Battle of Corinth was fought, on our part, by the command of General Rosecrans on October 4th, and the Battle of Hatchie Bridge, the next day, by the column from Bolivar under the command of General Ord. And we missed both battles. For my part, I then felt somewhat chagrined that we didn't get to take part in either of those battles. Here we had been rushed around the country, from pillar to post, hunting for trouble, and then to miss both these fights was just a little mortifying. However, the common soldier can only obey orders and stay where he is put, and doubtless it was all for the best. Early on the morning of October 9th, a force of about 4,000 men, including our regiment, started from Bolivar, marching southwest on the dirt road. We arrived at Grand Junction at dark, after a march of about 20 miles. Grand Junction was the point where the Memphis and Charleston and the Mississippi Central railroads crossed. We had not much more than stacked arms, and of course before I had time to cook my supper, when I was detailed for picket, and was on duty all night. But I didn't go supperless by any means, as I made coffee and fried some bacon at the picket post. Early next morning the command fell in line, and we all marched back to Bolivar again. We had hardly got started before it began to rain, and just poured down all day long. But the weather was pleasant. We took off our shoes and socks, and rolled up our breeches, after the manner heretofore described, and just socked on through the yellow mud, whooping and singing, and as wet as drowned rats. We reached Bolivar sometime after dark. The boys left there in camp in some way had got word that we were on the return, and had prepared for us some camp kettles full of hot, strong coffee, with plenty of fried sow belly, so we had a good supper. What the object of the expedition was, and what caused us to turn back, I have never learned, or if I did, have now forgotten. On returning to Bolivar we settled down to the usual routine of battalion drill and standing picket. The particular guard duty the regiment performed nearly all the time we were at Bolivar, with some casual exceptions, was guarding the railroad from the bridge over Hatchie River north to Toone's Station, a distance of about 7 miles. Toone's Station, as its name indicates, was nothing but a stopping point, with a little rusty-looking old frame depot and a switch. The usual tour of guard duty was 24 hours all the while I was in the service, except during this period of railroad guarding, and for it the time was 2 days and nights. Every foot of the railroad had to be vigilantly watched to prevent its being torn up by bands of guerrillas or disaffected citizens. One man with a crowbar, or even an old axe, could remove a rail at a culvert, or at some point on a high grade, and cause a disastrous wreck. I liked this railroad guard duty. Between Bolivar and Toone's the road ran through dense woods, with only an occasional little farm on either side of the road, and it was pleasant to be out in those fine old woods, and far away from the noise and smells of the camps. And there are so many things that are strange and attractive to be seen and heard when one is standing alone on picket, away out in some lonesome place in the middle of the night. I think that a man who has never spent some wakeful hours in the night by himself out in the woods has simply missed one of the most interesting parts of life. The night is the time when most of the wild things are astir, and some of the tame ones too. There was some kind of a very small frog in the swamps and marshes near Bolivar that gave forth about the most plaintive little cry that I ever heard. It was very much like the bleating of a young lamb, and on hearing it the first time I thought sure it was from some little lamb that was lost or in distress of some kind. I never looked the matter up to ascertain of what particular species those frogs were. They may be common throughout the South, but I never heard this particular call except around and near Bolivar. And the woods between Bolivar and Toone's were full of owls, from great big fellows with a thunderous scream, down to the little screech owls, who made only a sort of chattering noise. One never-failing habit of the big owls was to assemble in some grove of tall trees just about daybreak, and have a morning concert that could be heard half a mile away. And there were also whippoorwills and mockingbirds, and during the pleasant season of the year, myriads of insects that would keep sounding their shrill little notes the greater part of the night. And the only time one sees a flying squirrel, unless you happen to cut down the tree in whose hollow he is sleeping, is in the night time. Then they are abroad in full force. When on picket in my army days, I found out that dogs are great nocturnal ramblers. I have been on guard at a big tree on some grass-grown country road, when something would be heard coming down the road towards me. Pat, pat, pitty-pat. Then it would stop short. The night might be too dark for me to see it, but I knew it must be a dog. It would stand silent for a few seconds, evidently closely scrutinizing that man alone under the tree, with something like a long, shining stick in his hands. Then it would stealthily leave the road, and would be heard rustling through the leaves as it made a half circle through the woods to get by me. On reaching the road below me, its noise would cease for a little while. It was then looking back over its shoulder to see if that man was still there. Having satisfied itself on that point, then pat, pat, pitty-pat, and it went off in a trot down the road. When you see an old farm dog asleep in the sun on the porch in the daytime, with his head between his paws, it is, as a general rule, safe to assume that he was up and on a scout all the previous night, and maybe traveled 10 or 15 miles. Cats are also confirmed night prowlers, but I don't think they wander as far as dogs. Later, when we were in Arkansas, sometimes a full-grown bear would walk up to some drowsy picket and give him the surprise of his life. One quiet, starlit summer night, while on picket between Bolivar and Toone's, I had the good fortune to witness the flight of the largest and most brilliant meteor I have ever seen. It was a little after midnight, and I was standing alone at my post, looking, listening, and thinking. Suddenly there came a loud, rushing, roaring sound, like a passenger train close by, going at full speed, and then there in the west was a meteor. Its flight was from the southwest to the northeast, parallel with the horizon and low down. Its head or body looked like a huge ball of fire, and it left behind a long, immense tail of brilliant white that lighted up all the western heavens. While yet in full view, it exploded with a crash like a nearby clap of thunder. There was a wide, glittering shower of sparks, and then silence and darkness. The length of time it was visible could not have been more than a few seconds, but it was a most extraordinary spectacle. On October 19th, the regiment, except those on guard duty, went as escort of a foraging expedition to a big plantation about 12 miles from Bolivar down the Hatchie River. We rode there and back in the big government wagons, each wagon being drawn by a team of 6 mules. Like Joseph's brethren when they went down into Egypt, we were after corn. The plantation we foraged was an extensive one on the fertile bottom land of the Hatchie River, and the owner that year had grown several hundred acres of corn, which had all been gathered or shocked, and we just took it as we found it. The people evidently were wealthy for that time and locality. Many slaves were on the place, and it was abounding in livestock and poultry of all kinds. The plantation in general presented a scene of rural plenty and abundance that reminded me of the home of old Baltus Van Tassel, as described by Washington Irving in the story of the Legend of Sleepy Hollow, with this difference: everything about the Tennessee plantation was dirty, out of order, and in general higgledy-piggledy condition, and the method of farming was slovenly in the extreme. The cultivated land had been cleared by cutting away the underbrush and small trees, while the big ones had merely been deadened by girdling them near the ground. These dead trees were all standing in ghastly nakedness, and so thick in many places that it must have been difficult to plow through them, while flocks of crows and buzzards were sailing around them or perched in their tops, cawing and croaking, and thereby augmenting the woebegone look of things. The planter himself was of a type then common in the South. He was a large, coarse-looking man with an immense paunch, wore a broad-brimmed, homemade straw hat, and butternut jeans clothes. His trousers were of the old-fashioned, broad fall pattern. His hair was long, he had a scraggy, sandy beard, and chewed long green tobacco continually and viciously. But he was shrewd enough to know that ugly talk on his part wouldn't mend matters, but only make them worse. So he stood around in silence while we took his corn, but he looked as malignant as a rattlesnake. His wife was directly his opposite in appearance and demeanor. She was tall, thin, and bony, with reddish hair and a sharp nose and chin, and goodness, but she had a temper! She stood in the door of the dwelling house and just tongue-lashed us Yankees, as she called us, to the full extent of her ability. The boys took it all good-naturedly and didn't jaw back. We couldn't afford to quarrel with a woman. A year later the result of her abuse would have been the stripping of the farm of every hog and head of poultry on it, but at this time the orders were strict against indiscriminate individual foraging, and except 1 or 2 bee stands full of honey, nothing was taken but the corn. And I have no doubt that long ere this the government has paid that planter, or his heirs, a top-notch price for everything we took. It seems to be easy, nowadays, to get a special act through Congress, making full compensation in cases of that kind. Not long after the foregoing expedition, I witnessed a somewhat amusing incident one night on the picket line. One day, for some reason, the regiment was required, in addition to the railroad guards, to furnish a number of men for picket duty. First Lieutenant Sam T. Carrico of Company B was the officer, and it fell to my lot to be the sergeant of the guard. We picketed a section of the line a mile or so southwest of Bolivar, and the headquarters post, where the lieutenant and the sergeant of the guard stayed, was at a point on a main traveled road running southwest from the town. It was in the latter part of October, and the night was a bad and cold one. Lieutenant Carrico and I had doubled up, spread one of our blankets on the ground, and, with the other drawn over us, were lying down and trying to doze a little, when, about 10 o'clock, we heard a horseman coming at full speed from the direction of Bolivar. We thereupon rose to a sitting posture and awaited developments. The horseman, on nearing our post and being challenged, responded, "Friend," without the countersign, and in a peremptory manner told the sentinel on duty that he wanted to see the officer of the guard. Lieutenant Carrico and I walked up to the horseman, and on getting close to him saw that he was a Union officer of the rank of captain. Addressing himself to the lieutenant in a loud and hasty manner, he told him his story, which in substance was that he was captain, giving his name, on General Grant's staff, that he had just arrived in Bolivar on the train from Memphis, that he had an important business a few miles outside of the lines, and, being in a great hurry, he had not gone to post headquarters to get the countersign, as he felt satisfied that the statement of his rank and business would be sufficient to insure his being passed through the picket line, and so on. Lieutenant Carrico listened in silence until the fellow finished, and then said quietly, but very firmly, "Captain, if you claim to be General Grant himself, you shouldn't pass through my line without the countersign." At this the alleged staff officer blew up, and thundered and bullied at a great rate. Carrico was not much more than a boy, being only about 22 years old, and of slight build, but he kept perfectly cool, and remained firm as a rock. Finally the officer wheeled his horse around and started back to town at a furious gallop. Carrico then walked up to the sentinel on duty and said to him, "Now, if that fellow comes back, you challenge him, and make him conform to every item of the Army regulations," and to make sure about it, he gave the guard specific instructions as to his duties in such cases. We stood around and waited, and it was not long before we heard the horseman returning at his usual rate of speed. He never checked his gait until the challenge of the sentinel rang out, "Halt! Who comes there?" "Friend with the countersign," was the answer. "Dismount, friend, advance, and give the countersign," cried the sentinel. Kswak went the fine high-top boots of the rider in the mud, and, leading his horse, he walked up, gave the talismanic word, to which the response was made, "Countersign's correct, pass, friend." The officer then sprang into the saddle and rode up to the lieutenant and me. Taking a memorandum book and pencil from one of his pockets, he said to Carrico, "Give me your name, company, and regiment, sir." "Samuel T. Carrico, First Lieutenant, Company B, 61st Illinois Infantry." The officer scribbled in his notebook, then turned to me. "And yours?" "Leander Stillwell, Sergeant, Company D, 61st Illinois Infantry," and that answer was also duly recorded. "Good night, gentlemen, you'll render an account of this outrage later," and with this parting salutation the officer galloped away. "All right," Carrico called after him, "you know where to find us." The victim of the "outrage" had not returned when we were relieved at 9 o'clock the next morning, and we never saw or heard of him any more. Of course his threat on leaving us was pure bluff, for Lieutenant Carrico had only done his plain and simple duty. The fellow was probably all right, his returning with the countersign would indicate it, but his "important business" was doubtless simply to keep a date with some lady love out in the country, and he wanted to meet her under the friendly cover of night. A few words will here be said in the nature of a deserved tribute to Lieutenant Carrico. Later he rose to the rank of captain of his company, and was one among the very best and bravest of the line officers of the regiment. He had nerves like hammered steel, and was as cool a man in action as I have ever known. Of all the officers of the regiment who were mustered in at its organization, he is now the only survivor. He is living at Alva, Oklahoma, and is a hale, hearty old man. End of chapter 8.